Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 1 of The Fallen Legion, File 1. Summary. Even in total defeat, a true shinobi never stops fighting. The war was lost. Nothing they did or tried was enough to save their world. But even as he fell, Naruto Uzumaki used his final moments to protect the last of his people, and in a final act of gratitude, they saved him. Welcome to The Fallen Legion File 1, a brand new Naruto the 10th High School DxD crossover. Awakening in a strange, modern land of the living, Naruto has to figure out exactly where the hell he is, navigate a hidden world of devils and angels, and find his new purpose. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto and High School DxD. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Havoc-Teir, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Report 1: Our new normal. The world's end was near. This was supposed to be the last war, the one to end all others, prophesied by the gods and spoken of by all summons, most feverishly by the toads, but this was likely not what they had envisioned. After all, the Fourth Shinobi War was lost. The few of those that remained, the scattered few who resist their doomed fate, had been in a constant state of retreat. The battle-weary survivors, a mere 400 shinobi, had been pushed off the mainland turned to graveyard, and now were on the second far smaller continent to the east of the now glassed one. Nothing was spared in the wake of the madman's advance. The final group of the Alliance scouts arrived back at the defense line across the land of marsh. The preverbal final line in the sand. The leaders of the Shinobi Alliance had long since fallen, the 5 Kages a distant memory for the survivors, despite it being only months ago. Now, though, the last of the greatest heroes stand at their head, commanding in their place. In honor of their fallen leadership, the 5 elemental commanders that stand beneath the last Kage. The Fire Commander, also known as the Shadow Hokage, Shikamaru Nara. The Water Commander, the last swordsman of the mist, Chojuro. The Wind Commander, the Wind Queen Temari no Sabaku. The Lightning Commander, wielder of the Black Lightning Darui. The Stone Commander, recently rescued from captivity, Kuratsuchi. They all serve under the leadership of the last Kage, Naruto Uzumaki, the final Jinchuruki. Many heroes had arisen within this conflict, none more famous than the Konoha 9, who have been instrumental in surviving this long, and this was reflected in the fact they have 2 members within the upper echelons of the current leadership. Sakura Haruno, Choji Akimichi, Shino Abarim, Shikamaru Nara, Tenten Higurashi, Rock Lee, Kiba Inuzuka, Ino Yamanaka, and Naruto Uzumaki. These 9 had managed to escape countless battles, far more than most that happened to be both tactically and strategically significant to the Alliance. This happened to include the likes of the destruction of their own home, the Hidden Leaf Village, deaths of their families, and yet, they have still managed to protect the entire Alliance in numerous other retreats throughout the war. They have saved countless civilians, traitors, and shinobi alike, all the while falling back constantly. Those that remained breathing owed that fact to them and had nothing but absolute faith in these 9. None of that mattered right now, though. The remaining shinobi stood together, shoulder to shoulder upon the defense fort, and samurai emplacements that stretched from ocean to ocean. Even the more capable civilians have stepped up to help defend the last bastion of humanity. They had any training they could grab, from shinobi and samurai alike, from anyone and everyone. Ahead of them, the endless hordes of white setsu and forced subservient shinobi who were following after the traitors and their ancestor. Naruto too stood at the front of his forces, eyes filled with the rage of the slain, the pain of the living, and the infallible determination he was known for. After all, His friends are at his side and retreating is no longer an option. With the innocent civilians behind their lines, they couldn't allow themselves to fall back from here and watched as the encroachment of the enemy forces slowed, trailing behind the arrogant incarnates. Those bastards were all looking smug and certain of their imminent victory, yet unfortunately it was well earned. That fact irked him to no end. With a tight breath, face stern and unreadable, Naruto had to admit that the bitter taste of defeat is something he had long gotten used to. Thankfully, he was brought out from his darkening thoughts when Shikamaru appeared at his side, whispering lowly, "Looks like it's time, Naruto." The unofficial Kage, current leader of the Shinobi Alliance, Naruto let out a low grunt before inclining his head and offering, "Yeah, so it seems." Then glancing back at the last of their troops, the last of the free shinobi left, and standing ready to fight. A rough, motley crew and were armed with whatever they could find. Some even lacked their headbands, the metal either used for armor or lost in a previous battle. Most had wounds wrapped up in bandages or cloth, some still blood-stained, but it was ignored. He managed to catch the eyes of a few of his precious people among the crowd, getting determined nods from them all as his eyes roamed past. Taking another deep breath, Naruto nodded again before looking forward to the encroaching Uchiha and their army. He spots the same smirks of arrogance upon his enemies' faces that simply pointed forward, commanding their servants to attack. Naruto, however, let out a feral snarl, loathing, rage, and no little amount of defiance within the act as he erupted in his now famous golden robe of chakra. Roaring for the gods to take note, he declared for the world to hear, "For the will of fire!" The last defenders of the free world joined in his battle roar, charging at his side in this last gambit, their final shot at surviving this genocidal campaign, and their only hope of winning this to survive to see tomorrow's sunrise after this endless night. With everything on this line, win or lose, it was now or never. Yet, even if the fires of determination die out, the embers of hope may still remain. Report 1, our new normal. Unknown location. Jolting awake, Naruto found himself floating in a tank of something. His sharp spike of panic led his chakra to spring to full force, erupting out and bursting forth in response, causing the containment tube he was in to explode, sending fragments of the transparent material in all directions. Falling to his hands and knees, breathing hard, Naruto pants and wheezes while trying to collect himself enough to try and recall his situation. A few moments, and he looks up to find things were blurry with his body shaking, burning and freezing simultaneously. Not recognizing or knowing where he was, Naruto saw blurred figures closing in, and his flight or fight instincts thus subsequently kicked in, and his shinobi training responded to the call. His eyes narrowed and his now clenched fist launched forward in his defense. The first enemy was flung out of the room, smashing through the wall at the back of the chamber, and caused the two guards stationed outside to rush in response. Then immediately be punched out like the first. Naruto slowly stepped out, staggering less with every step as his senses slowly returned to him, and as he reached the opening in the wall, he looks left then right, before rubbing his eyes to aid in their adjustment quicker. Taking several deep breaths, leaning against the broken wall for stability's sake, the shinobi glances both ways again before down at the guard, and not recognizing them means that he is likely in enemy territory, so must remain on alert. His thoughts were confirmed when additional guards appeared from down the hall, calling for him to halt. The disorientated shinobi called upon the power of the Rasengan in his right hand, missing the white tint his now swirling orange chakra had gained and the halo of light that also now surrounded it. As his eyes narrowed, prepared to fight his way out, Naruto felt a tug within his head. This paused him briefly. That tug within his mind was familiar, the sensation uplifting, as there was only one person capable of breaking his mental defenses, and this fact successfully distracted him long enough for the guards to close in. Naruto quickly realized who was mentally probing him, when a sudden voice echoed from further down the hall drew him from this revelation. "Enough! Stand down!" This voice was familiar to Naruto too, easily able to place it after the hell they'd been through together, and watching these people listen to it allowed the shinobi to finally take in the unfamiliar surroundings, his attack dissipating harmlessly. It was like a high-class noble's home with bare wooden walls and elegant black-lined silver drapes. It was a modern-day city home with wooden fittings and dark marble tops. The footsteps of the approaching man drew Naruto's attention to find who he expected to find, based on the voice at least, and out from the shadows came a familiar smirking strategically savvy shinobi of the Nara clan. The confused Naruto found himself muttering, "Shikamaru!" Shikamaru Nara nodded calmly, smiling softly as the guards all stepped clear and saluted him as he passed them. The shinobi was wearing a black jonin flak jacket beneath a black trench coat, Umbu-style cargos, with combat boots, and his customary smoke balancing between his smiling lips. After one of the subsequent puffs of smoke, the Nara threw the freshly awakened an outfit similar to his own as he spoke softly. "Get dressed, Naruto. We have a lot to talk about." Naruto caught the garments easily enough, without breaking eye contact with his friend as he asks without reservation, "What the hell is going on, Shika?" The Nara sighed hard, mumbling about not listening and troublesome blondes, but was loaded with nothing but affection as Shikamaru muttered, "As I said, a long story. A very troublesome one at that." As Naruto finished getting dressed, black cargos, gray long-sleeved t-shirt and combat boots. Upon finishing securing the laces, the no longer fully blonde stands up and was immediately brought into a hug from the Nara, much to his surprise until he hears Shikamaru whispering into his ear, "You have no idea how good it is to see you awake, man." Naruto was confused, sure, but the amount of pain, relief, and happiness he heard in that statement told him that the Nara needed this right now, so just hugged his friend back. The bro moment was abruptly ruined by a cough and a chorus of giggles. The two teens pulled back and looked down the hall to find the others. Sakura, Ino, Kiba, Tenten, Choji, Kari, Olmo, Samui, Temari, and Chojuro. Naruto's eyes glistened with tears, happy to see them all here, a smile slowly forming, but then something hit him and dread built as he asked hesitantly, Is this all that?" Suddenly 2 slender arms wrapped around him from behind and a very familiar warmth accompanied them, the feeling he had almost forgotten, and another recognizable voice hit his ears. "Naruto-kun, we missed you!" Turning around, Naruto came face to face with Chien-chan. The light blonde smiles up at him while nodding, and he managed to turn around to hug her back tightly. Chien melted into his embrace, fully enjoying the warmth of his return. Lounge. Guided to a lounge, Naruto sat on one of the sofas present with the group all dotted around the room, with the priestess in the kitchen with several other people and preparing food. Sighing hard, gaining the attention of all, Shikamaru began the explanation. "Naruto." Drawing the addressed attention to, the Nara continued, "It has been about 6 months since that battle." Naruto's eyes widen at that. 6 months. How is that possible? Looking around the room, everyone held solemn, hollow smiles back at him, causing Naruto to swallow hard, but listened as Shikamaru continued. "We lost, Naruto. Madara managed to yank Kurama from you." Naruto's breath hitched at that harsh statement, hands shooting to his navel while muttering, "I lost." Memories of the ancient Uchiha's Rinnegan glaring at him, hands wrapped around his constricted throat. The waning of his strength. Swallowing hard, Naruto nodded in understanding, so Shikamaru explained further. "We noticed it when the shadow clones you had holding the barrier up all puffed away moments after the chakra cloaks you gave us vanished." Naruto inclined his head again just as those memories resurfaced, seeing the horror-filled faces of his forces, many of which were staring back at the clones in anguish as they were informed of his loss. Kiba was next to speak with a very restricted voice, clearly having not processed it himself yet. "Shino was the first one to charge in, leading our counterattack." Naruto looked to the Inuzuka. Kiba continued with arms crossed, sinking back into the seat. "We moved in fast and hard. Derry and the remaining Bolt members charged too and managed to keep that Obito busy. Ino, Tenten, and Rock Lee broke through the Zetsu horde and strike hard at Sasuke to keep him from interfering too as we got you out." Nodding again, Naruto looked to Choji, who spoke up, voice thick with emotion. "Gai-sensei battled against Madara as we got you back to the rear line. Your heart stopped." Naruto's hand covered his chest, confirming his heart was now beating again, which was confusing for a moment. Seeing this, Sakura huffed as she folded her arms while Ino nodded while informing him. Yeah. It was touch and go for a moment. Though you can thank both us medics and whatever Cheyenne did. She gestured to the arriving light blonde. Cheyenne blushed rather prettily while she began to set the table with recently prepared food. All the males present chuckled at the sight, a pleasant change to the norm, and paired comfortably with light blushes on the women. Thankfully, Kiba was able to explain the reaction. Yeah man, that kiss must have been something, as she brought you back somehow. Naruto lifted both brows at that, and Cheyenne's light flush turned full-on crimson, out of sight of the shinobi. Chojuro nodded in agreement, grin still in place as he added. Your heart started again and unloaded a powerful wave of chakra to shield us all from the final attack from the Uchiha. A blurred memory of his outstretched hands before him, roaring out at the darkness, encroaching upon his amber light, that seemed to twist and distort as it finally consumed all, came to him then. Everyone nodded at that, smirking at him, with Naruto smiling back at them, and was glad even after his supposed death he was able to protect them, his precious people. The heavy sigh from the Nara then drew Naruto's attention. Shikamaru continued the situation update. Whatever it was that they hit us with, we were sent into this place, dislodged to this world called Earth. Naruto's breath hitched notably, and the others all nodded, knowing that would be his reaction. It was theirs too after all. Shikamaru spoke up regardless. We were all in one piece somewhat, but your heart was barely beating and no idea what was going on or where we were. Thus, the real reason we are here now. Naruto nodded, so the Nara met his eyes dead on, all the seriousness and weighted responsibility gained during the war visible, while he stabs out his smoke as he states firmly. We, and I do mean all of us when I say this, are no longer human. Upon that declaration, they all stood promptly with feathered wings of black erupting out from their backs, feathers of night. Various number of them from each person. Naruto gawked at them all as he scanned the room, and then seeing even Cheyenne with them too, 4 of them. Shikamaru, Temari, Chojuro, Omoi, Samui and Karui all had 8. Ino, Choji, Tenten, Kiba and Sakura had 6, with Cheyenne was the only present to have 4. Naruto was gawking at the sight, which caused everyone to chuckle, but Temari spoke next. You have them too, Naruto. Ino and Sakura pulled him up, before flaring their chakra, which jolted Naruto, and out from his back came a set of 12 wings that stunned the outsiders. Though, the shinobi all smirked at the sight, as they all knew that Naruto was the strongest among them. If anyone else was deserving of this, it was him. The teen in question, however, was stunned as he stared back at them. The things felt natural, like they were always there, and it was just an extension of himself. It was just an unreal experience. Though, with his luck, he can't say that it was all that unusual. The stunned stasis was broken by clapping. All eyes were drawn to a new figure, who was approaching the group with a carefree smile. This man looked like he was around his mid-20s, an average build with black hair, bangs of gold, and with a black goatee. He was wearing a V-neck maroon long coat with a wide, open high collar that opens up at the helm that was secured by twin black belts. Gray slacks and brown shoes finished up the look as he stared at his fellow Seraphim level fallen with a gleam in his eyes. As this unknown man, for Naruto at least, reaches Shikamaru's side, he spoke. The name's Azazel, Governor General of the Grigori. I have heard a lot about you from your comrades here, Naruto Uzumaki. It's a pleasure. I am looking forward to getting to know and work with you. Naruto looked about the room, and upon seeing the confirmation from the others, making a particular note of Shikamaru's nod, so he faced the man and offered a hand as he spoke. Yes, well, Azazel-san. As you said, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. A Konohagakure-gen. Naruto is our commanding officer, the last Kage of the Shinobi Alliance, and our strongest member. Shikamaru spoke up, cutting his blonde-haired friend off. And just as we have discussed prior, and proven by his number of wings, there is none with us who is stronger than him. Naruto looked at the Nara puzzled, confused by the cover-up, but when he saw the others all nodding along to Shikamaru's words, he bit his tongue to remain silent. the Nara continued. As you know, the bulk of us are Jonin, with me being fire commander directly beneath him. Azazel nodded, shaking the blonde's hand, as he was briefed on this all prior and shortly after he had found them. Sure, it was a massive gamble on many fronts, but it seemed to have pulled through. Looking at him now, all 12 wings showed his strength was just as they all had said. The governor recalls how he and his men had followed that strange energy signature and found these shinobi, battered and weary from a war that sounded worse than even their old 3-faction war. A genocidal war for survival. Yet here he was. Its greatest hero and leader of the newest, strongest members of his faction. Members that follow him and even went as far as to surrender their humanity to save. Their loyalty to him is unparalleled, unmatched by any other, and will no doubt benefit them greatly in the upcoming centuries. It might just be him, but looking upon the shinobi before him, Naruto Uzumaki. He seemed larger than life almost, and held himself as an honorable shinobi, a warrior in the shadows. He tuned back in as they began briefing one another. Naruto looked to Shikamaru and asked, "So, this guy's our new boss?" Shikamaru nodded sharply while replying, "Yeah. He was the one to reincarnate us all. Also, he was able to bring you back from the edge of death, preserving you until we managed to gather the resources required to finish the last pieces required for us all." Nodding, Naruto looked back at Azazel and smiled. "Thank you for saving us, Azazel-san." Azazel smirked, folding his arms and nodded, replying, "It's unnecessary. You guys are doing me a favor too. With you back now, I am sure you will help lead them and my forces at large if what I have been told of your abilities is accurate." A raised brow from Naruto, before he looked back over the group and seeing the smirks in various forms from his comrades he finds himself mumbling lowly. "Why do I feel like you've exaggerated something?" Kiba, Chojuro, Temari, and Karui all snickered while the rest maintained said smirks. Shikamaru especially just shrugged with a glint in his eyes, as his smirk gaining a familiar foxy tone to it, and now Naruto, the prankster extraordinaire, knew he had been had. His eyes narrowed, glare becoming murderous, according to Azazel, but the other shinobi burst into laughter. It has been a while since they had become this relaxed, and even longer since they had been able to pull off a little prank on the prankster king himself, so this small break was cathartic for them all. This was softly broken up when Cheyenne clears her throat in her saintly manner, casually drawing the eyes of all to her, as she gestured to the table full of food and announcing, "Dinner is served. We can continue this afterwards." Everyone nodded and moved to the table. Even Azazel dared not cross the former priestess turned four-winged fallen angel. Cheyenne pulled out the chair at the table's end, the others taking the other spots, and pushed the confused Naruto towards it. Said teen was puzzled at this, yet Shikamaru at his left stated firmly, "As our leader, you should be at the table's head." Naruto frowned, pointing to Azazel on his right countering. "He's the leader of the faction, right? So why the hell am I sitting here?" Said man shrugged casually while smirking haphazardly. Azazel replied smoothly, "Don't be so coy, Naruto. It has been explained to me that you would be our ideal leader, so I am more than willing to hand it over to you." Naruto's eyebrow twitched. He's only been awake for about an hour or so and is already annoyed beyond belief. Yet before he could snap back, Cheyenne's hand on his shoulder calmed him and forced his sapphires to her amethyst jewels as she asks him with all the innocence of the world, "Is that a problem, Naruto-kun?" Everyone had told Azazel that there are very few things that could move Naruto. Yet they all watched unknowingly, some having predicted it, the others suspected it, and the last one was curious as this supposed Kage cracked hard under the projected innocence of the woman. Finally, Naruto relented with a grunt, a habit picked up during the fighting, and took his seat. Cheyenne nodded firmly, knowing she had won, and turned about, smirking out of his sight, and the other women present matched it too, though the males all made motions of a whipping. Shikamaru too, however, remained suspiciously silent throughout it all, and Naruto took note that Temari was staring at him hard. Troublesome blondes indeed. This was the first inner, and the beginning of the Ninth Wings, the elite force and subsection within the Grigori, and the personal guard of Azazel, bane of devil kind, saviors of the Yukai people, and the bridge between the angel races. Grigori Headquarters, Training Dimension. A week later, Naruto was in a top-secret training dimension within the Grigori Headquarters with none other than Azazel himself, along with the members of the Shinobi survivors. The last week has been a roller coaster for Naruto, who was given a full course of studying to bring him up to speed with their current situation regarding his own Shinobi forces, the Grigori, and the state of the faction as a whole. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the ones present were not the only ones he had managed to save, as Kurenai had showed up randomly at one point too. Apparently she was tending to her daughter when he had awoken and thus did not show up as she is busy elsewhere. Now though, they had all gathered here as, despite being here for several months already, none of them had actually bothered to use their new abilities and instead just relied on their hard-trained shinobi skills to hunt down and capture rogue devils for the extraction of their evil pieces. A critical component for their own rebirth into their new lives as fallen angels. Azazel thus had a full class of fresh blood to train up, and as much as he wants to just go do research, he knows that by training them, especially Naruto, now later he can hand over his own responsibilities and fully invest everything into his hobby. A clear win-win in his eyes. The training ground they were in was a recreation of a wide open space, and if no one told you it was a separate dimension you'd likely never realize it. A mountain range was off to the right, and reached up past the clouds. Snow-covered tips can be seen in the breaks of the vapor coverage. There was a meadow of grass and wildflowers sat down below the cliff they were standing on. A few scattered trees of various types, with a forest off to the side, can be found with the central feature at the base of the valley being the crystal blue large lake. A lake that had a single small island with a large weeping willow upon it. The sun beamed down warmly yet gently, with a soft spring breeze flowing, and it was clear that the Nara was going to be spending a lot of time here, if his yawn was any indication. Clearing his throat to gain everyone's attention, Azazel then spoke up. Okay. Now that your mission is complete and your leader has returned. Naruto found himself the center of the stairs for a moment, ignoring them as he listened to Azazel for this new training. We have to bring you all more in line with the rest of our species. Over the last 6 months since you got here, you have proven that your ninja skills are something to be feared, without a doubt. They all smirk at that, clearly proud of themselves, and even Naruto knew this, so remained silent as Azazel nodded at that reaction, matching it as he continued. Now though, you are all my fellow fallen angels. You need to be able to fight like us or things are going to get complicated, and our enemies will be able to find then begin to pick you off. Upon the universal nods from across this class, the governor continued seamlessly. So, the first thing we'll do is ensure you can all fly with the best of them. Immediately everyone in the crowd called upon their wings, and out from their backs they came proudly. Naruto took note that Kurenai had 6 wings, 2 less than her students, but he did not doubt her abilities having served with her so long. His 12 obviously got her attention too, as she raised a brow at the sight before handing over 1,000 yen to. Naruto blinked. When did Anko get here? Oh, and she has 6 too. Azazel nodded in approval, looking over his newest fighting force preparing to take flight for the first time, and grinned like he won the lottery. Perfect, now then, follow me the best you can. His own 12 wings appeared at his back and the training camp began. 2 days later. Under the simulated full moon, Naruto lands hard beside the lakeside and immediately pulls out his canteen as he kneels down to refilling it. Watching the bubbles escape the leather-bound metal container, he looks down at his reflection and took notice of the changes to his appearance. His signature sunshine hair had strands of black all over, most notably where his chin-length bangs either side of his face were now solid black. His eyes were slit, the last leftover remnant from his previous life, but had gold flecks around the said slit that bleed back into his trademark deep blue. He still has his tan complexion, but his whisker marks are all but faded lines now. After all, he no longer has Kurama with him, and his chakra was the reason he had them in the first place. Not just him though, he lost all the bijou. He failed in his promise. He couldn't save them. He couldn't save any of them. The world was at stake and he failed. He lost. As his thoughts continued to spiral, his ever-loyal friend drops down silently at his back, clearly unnoticed in both his arrival and approach of the blonder fallen. Pausing a moment, taking notice that the canteen was full and no longer bubbling, Shikamaru confirmed that his friend and leader was no doubt blaming himself for allowing the Uchiha to win. They tried their best. In the words of that television show he can be found watching, Shikamaru Nara spoke up. Naruto! Naruto snapped out of his thoughts. He turned back to see Shikamaru with his clearly plastered-on infamous smile, but before he could say anything, the Nara did. It is possible to make no mistakes and still lose. This is not a weakness, that's just life. This left the former Jinchuriki speechless for a moment, digesting these words, as he slowly thought on that. They didn't make a mistake? We lost so surely. Sighing hard, Shikamaru continued. You know, when we got here and Cheyenne was crying over your body, I had honestly thought that I had failed you. Naruto's focus returned to the Nara as he elaborated. If only I was faster. If only I was stronger. Smarter. Had a hidden ace. Yet nothing can ever come of thinking of what ifs while I was sitting before your preservation tube for all those countless hours. Taking out a smoke and sitting beside Naruto, gesturing for him to do the same, the two found themselves sitting on the lake's edge in a wary silence. The Nara offered one to Naruto, who thought on it for a full 5 seconds and figured he'd try it. Why not? Both used basic fire manipulation to light them. After the initial shock and coughing fit that caused Shikamaru to smirk, they returned to stare out at the peaceful lake before them. Getting through half his smoke stick, the Nara spoke again. I promised to support you, no matter what you wanted to do, Naruto. Even when the leaf fell, it was you who kept me going. Your drive to save what we had left, your will of fire that refused to falter. Naruto couldn't look at his friend, instead idly observing the slowly rising smoke as he recalled the decimation of their home at the hands of the Uchiha. It still hurts recalling how they blasted the Hokage mountain to pieces, watching the flaming rock rain down on the burning village it once watched over. The screams and cries of pain. Those who covered the retreat. They never did catch up. Shikamaru continued, regardless of his friend's current thought process. You lit the way for me, Naruto. Not just me, but all of us that remained. We couldn't allow you to die or we'd all lose. That's how we saw things. Finally, Naruto looked to Shikamaru and asked, Is that why you took Azazel's deal? To turn you all into his kin and join his faction? Shikamaru nodded simply, not taking his eyes off the horizon, then replying calmly. We hesitated for a bit, and the discussion took a full week. The old goat even put you under preservation as a sign of good faith. He said it would keep you alive indefinitely. He looked to the Uzumaki and stated, Sakura, Ino, Hana, and Anko were taking shifts keeping your body functioning using medical ninjutsu before that. Cheyenne had confirmed that your spirit and life force remained intact, so it was a simple discussion after that. Naruto nodded, breathing out smoke before looking to his friend with a small smile. I should thank them for the hard work. Shikamaru nodded sharply before replying. Yeah, it would be a good idea. Naruto turned back to the lake, thus didn't suspect the next words from his friend to hit this hard. My dad told me once. A glance back showed the Nara looking down at the lighter that his sensei always had with him. Shikamaru spoke distantly as he was clearly seeing beyond the metal. If I quit, do I think that the missions will stop? Someone's gotta do it. Our comrades will still be sent out, again and again, on other missions with someone else leading them. Naruto knew this must be tough for his friend, speaking or reciting his father's words like this, and felt he had to listen carefully. Shikamaru continued. They'll still face the same risk, and some of them might not make it. Ones I might have saved, if I had been there to lead them. Looking to the blonde with the utmost seriousness, forcing their eye contact by sheer force of will, Shikamaru finishes. How was I going to feel then? We have this chance to reflect on our mistakes, Naruto. To learn from them. Use our failure to make ourselves better leaders. We can't help anyone by constantly running away. A gleam of something flashed through Naruto's eyes at that, and the Nara found himself smothering his smirks so pressed on. Instead, we should be training to make ourselves stronger, for our own, and everyone else's sake. So next time, regardless of what we face, everything will go perfectly. That we all come home safe. Naruto nodded at that. His dwindling light and resolve, Shikamaru had observed for the last week, had returned brighter than ever. The Nara continued. You are our leader, Naruto. Not a coward who dwells in what has already been. We all know this. Everything we did, every action taken, was to get you back on your feet, to lead us once more. To guide us again. Extending a hand, Shikamaru meets his eyes with unseen intensity, yet Naruto matched it easily enough, just like he used to, as the Nara finished. We've been through hell once. Now we've been asked to save these people from themselves. For you, for us, it should be child's play. We are alive and breathing, so, are you ready? The two clasped arms and Naruto nodded firmly while smiling truthfully in his reply. You got it. Believe it. The Nara nodded, then the two returned to their feet again. Naruto then let out his sixth set of wings whilst holding out his fist to Shikamaru, who smirked and matched him, bumping fists once more while the Uzumaki declared. I won't let you down again, Shika. I promise you. Shikamaru nodded, his fists squeezing tighter, before speaking. It will be a drag, but I got your back. As always. He smirks as Naruto's smile reached his eyes this time, inclining his head before looking back towards the meadow at the others who thought they'd be sneaky and listen in. They all smiled and beamed at him, knowing that they were in good hands, having followed him throughout the war, and despite their losses. Hope had indeed remained after his light was doused. The duo turned back to the gathering when Shikamaru's elbow nudged Naruto, drawing his eye briefly, and he gestured to the group at large, earning a grumble from the Uzumaki, who turned back to the others. With confidence he had just received, Naruto spoke to them all. Thank you for getting me back on my feet. For trusting in me. I won't fail again and live up to your expectations of me. His foxy grin makes its resurgence, and everyone was excited, pumped, and relieved that it had, as he declared. It's a promise of a lifetime. As they all cheered, they all also pretended that none of them knew that Azazel and his top officers were hidden behind the nearby trees, trying to remain discreet and hidden from them whilst listening in and monitoring this experimental batch of reincarnated fallen. Things were looking up for them. Shikamaru then steps forward, his fire commander persona locked in as he bellows. All sections. Report in! Stepping forward were the 4 assigned elemental commanders, a few new faces among them as Temari reports first. Winged unit present and accounted for. 8 Jonin, 3 Chunin and 2 Genin. Her troops stand at her back, looking as serious as she did. It seems that the battle that was posthumously named the Battle of Bones and Glass, for the state the Land of Wind was left in, is still fresh in their minds. Naruto's unit was assisting Temari's in holding the line at the border, believing they were winning. They were deceived. When a single hawk reached them calling for aid, it was already too late. Within Kurama's chakra avatar, both units rushed back and found nothing but glass and charred bones where Sunagakure was supposed to be. Over the following 96 hours they only found 25 survivors, all genin attempting to escort bundles of civilians to safety. Even for Naruto, the sight of the broken, blackened wall of the hidden sand village and the glass ground of the crater it once occupied was difficult to stomach. The charred remains. Upon Naruto's nod, his gaze moved to the next to see Samui announcing. Cloud unit present and accounted for. Myself, Karui, Omoi are the only Jonin. We have 3 Chunin and 2 from Frost too. The group in question fall into rank and file with her at their head. The battle among the clouds was more about hit and run than a stand-fast defense. Delaying tactics were utilized to get as many as possible to safety. Naruto's penchant for pranks was turned up to 100 out of 10, with a hyper-lethal touch to them. He got his treacherous teammate on 7 occasions, 4 of which severed his right arm on 2 separate occasions in 2 separate places. The masked bastard got hit 3 times, despite his intangibility technique, which near enough stalled their advance as they tried to figure out how it was managed. It was why during that final defense line, there were still members of the Bolt Division around, and Kumo had the most active shinobi during the final fight. Naruto sighed discreetly at that, recalling what the others said about Derry and the remaining Bolt members charging in to keep that simp busy. Just to pull him back from the clutches of the enemy. He won't waste that sacrifice. No, he won't disrespect their choice by calling it that either. Next was Chojuro, who pulled off a salute as he reported. Water unit, present and accounted for. We also have the Nadeshiko group with us. This means we have myself, Niwa, and Soga from Kiri as Jonin. Ren, Kyoto, and Shizuka from there. Together we have 5 Chunin too. Naruto nodded to them all, the Nadeshiko women waving at him with cheeky smiles, and he shakes his head in amusement. With the exception of maybe the massacre of Iwagakure, the Battle of Water Country was the fiercest of the conflict, and Kirigakure fought tooth, nail, and bone for every square inch of ground the enemy took. The Nadeshiko Island was not exempt from this, despite being given a choice to join the Uchiha and be spared. Those kunoichi made the enemy pay for their hubris for daring to challenge them. Less than a dozen escaped that battle, dubbed the Land of Blood from how crimson the sea was filled with. Yet they haven't lost their seemingly carefree and flirtatious attitudes despite being caught in the flames of war. The Stone Commander steps forward, a welcome sight to be sure with all things considered, and her own wartime experience was probably the darkest than most. Kuratsuchi announced. Earth unit here. I am the only Jonin, but I do have 3 Chunin and a dozen Genin, Naruto. Naruto offered the former captive a smile. The Land of Earth battle was one he himself was not a part of, at least not directly nor in the thick of it. He was guarding the only extraction point of that part of the continent. A detachment of the Fire Company, led by Kakashi and Yugao, were at that battle and told him stories. Just like in the Leaf, the Jonin and Chunin held the line for as long as possible to allow the civilians to escape. Though, all the retired willingly and knowingly stayed behind to aid in any way they could to help save the younger generations. It was a massacre. Yugao's report indicated that Kakashi and Kuratsuchi's final stand was against the 2 traitors along with the last dozen gem members, while surrounded by countless corpses. The last thing she sensed was the traitorous teammate of his being knocked out, but his ancestor had arrived. His last mission before the failed defense line operation was the rescue of Kuratsuchi, Anko, Yamato, and Kakashi with the aid of Shizuka and Ren. Yamato fell during the escape, and Kakashi willing stayed behind after apologizing for his mistakes and stayed to repay his former teammate. He saw it as his duty to correct that mistake at least. He clearly failed on his self-assigned mission. Shikamaru then strolled forward casually, and eventually reached the line before turning back, then announcing, Fire unit! Reporting and such. Earning a sweat drop by those at his back, Naruto's sighing but couldn't completely suppress his upturning lips but listened as Temari glared the Nara into action. Shikamaru reporting. Reporting, well, as you can see here. He points back over his shoulder, and Tenten steps up and informs. Yeah, we have Sakura, Choji, Kiba, Ino, and myself. Anko burst forward and with a grin bellowed. We also got Hana-chan, her cousins Toshi, Riki, Yoshi, and Iskari. Lest you forget Kurinaine, her daughter, and Genma. Naruto nodded but spotted the timid hand raising at the back, causing a short, tight breath upon recognizing her and her 2 clansmen as he spoke their names. Hanabi-chan. I see you, Kosan and Sumire-chan are here too. The younger sister of his classmate just nodded silently, lowering her hand. Her newfound meekness and clear signs of hesitancy were a reminder to those of Fire Country residency of the wholesale slaughter of their homeland. As if a prelude to the Water Country defense, the Battle of the Land of Fire was chaos given form. The Uchiha took the name of their home literally, and at one point the entire land must have been ablaze. The sky itself seemed to burn red in their approach and left a dim scarlet in their wake. Everyone capable of fighting was on the front line, from retired Umbu and Jonin down to the Genin and final-year academy students. All took the field in the hopes of by any amount of time for the civilians to escape. The Leaf suffered from 85 loss in total forces, period. By the time of the final defense line, Only a single squad of fire samurai remained and a scant through Chunin alongside the Konoha 9. Hanabi was with them from the retreat of Water Country and participated briefly in the Land of Honey defensive action. She had escaped the leaf upon the orders of her father and sister, who stayed behind to buy the time needed to ensure her safety. Ino, who was the last rescued from that Hell's Gate by Naruto, was the last to see them and the last of the clans of Konoha's defenders confront the Uchiha. At that point, Hinata was already down, and Hayashi was bleeding out but still fighting on alongside some, and they ran through Shibi, whose bugs successfully blocked the chakra sensing of the Uchiha long enough to allow Naruto's withdrawal. Things had been tough for them after that, but, as Shikamaru stated previously, Hanabi and the others rallied on Naruto and continued to fight on. She and her 2 guards were on the edge of Naruto's chakra range when the final strike had hit, and subsequently dragged in with the others. Clearing his throat to banish those thoughts, Naruto looked over everyone here and smiled warmly before announcing, "We have a lot of work ahead of us all, but I know we can handle anything and everything thrown our way. I believe in you just as much, if not more, than you believe in me. Believe it!" One last whoop and they all returned to their makeshift camp. Training Dimension. A few days later. With a hand out before him, Naruto focuses this new energy within him, and surely enough a small orb of light erupts to life, humming with a bright orange hue to it. Without breaking his current stride, ignoring the amazed audience's gasps, the orb grows to the size of his palm briefly, then condenses. Shortly after, it then shifts to a form reminiscent of a kunai without a hoop on its handle before shooting off and striking the target with enough speed that it appeared to be nothing but a beam of light. Taking a deep breath, Naruto closes his eyes, then pictures the process in his mind and images another dozen all around him. Magic circles form all around him, flickering in one after another in short order, and the same kunai-like daggers appear from them, and then shot off at the same speed. The prepared targets were decimated. Clapping drew all eyes over towards the Governor-General and signaled Naruto to open his eyes once more. Looking to Azazel, Naruto rose a brow in inquiry, to which the senior fallen replied to the implied, "You picked this up faster than anyone else here. I'm impressed." Naruto shrugged calmly while slipping his hands into his pockets as he replied, "It isn't that different from what I am used to doing. After all, this magic isn't as—" He pauses, trying to figure out the word, thinking hard, but thankfully Ino, who was sitting in on this training session, was able to voice the feeling better. "Thick and reactive." Naruto looked to his fellow blonde and nodded, clicking his finger in agreement, and smirked at her. "That's it, yeah?" He shrugged again, looking back to the older-looking man, and explained, "Plus, I am used to shape manipulation. I used it all the time after all, and so it's kinda my speciality." Azazel raised a brow, not having been told that, but again Ino put things together rather quickly and informs him. "Your Rasengan move. More so with your wind style, Rasen Shuriken, right?" Naruto nodded with a grin plaster upon his face, eyes gleaming in approval while he replied, "Oh, you remember that, huh?" Ino nodded casually before standing from the grass and began wiping the grass from her purple skirt, wearing her old outfit for a change, as it was another beautiful day, and she wasn't training herself this time. As she approached the 2 men, Ino continued, "Obviously, seeing how amazing it was when we went up against Kakuzu of 5 Hearts. You've improved it since, though. I've noticed it's a lot better since back then." Naruto smiled at that, recalling how close that fight was and how he managed to pull it off an extra time out of desperation and necessity. Ino saw the memory play across his face swiftly, and she smiled lightly as he replied, "It had to. Though it didn't help all that." Before he went down that route, Ino, interested in paying back his support to her back when her sensei died, placed a finger across his lips and spoke softly. "Naruto, we have gone over this. Our loss was not your fault. We all tried our best." She pulled back her finger and smiled softly, meeting his gaze sternly as she spoke again. "Things happened. We are alive now, so we can move forward. That's what you told me back then, and now I am telling you that. I have your back, Naruto. So promise me you will keep moving forward, please?" Sighing hard, mumbling about troublesome blondes reading his mind, Naruto nodded slowly before he replied. Right. I guess you're right, Ino-chan. Ino huffed, hands on hip while flipping her hair back, then nodding as she informed. Of course I am, what do? She paused before narrowing those cornflower blues on his two-tone blues, before adding lowly in almost a growl. You didn't promise me. Naruto gulped, having heard stories of that pose from Shikamaru, who dubbed it the troublesome pose level 1. Backing away, carefully but discreetly, he chuckled lightly, trying to distract the kunoichi by saying, Well, Ino-chan, how about your clan jutsu? Isn't that also shape manipulation too? Surely this is... He was interrupted by 6 magic circles appearing at her back, arrowheads of light formed perfectly, and aimed at him by her. Ino had not taken her eyes off him as she strolled forward slowly, carefully, and with purpose while speaking slowly. Listen here, Buster. I, of all people, know what is going on inside that head of yours. Seeing as I alone have access to it now. You're progressing through our therapy sessions well, and I am happy for that. The woman stops before Naruto and gets into his face, and continued in a gentler tone and facial expression. Which is why I am asking you to trust me. Trust that when I ask you to promise me something, I am doing it for you as well as myself, okay? She trailed off softly at the end, the magic vanishing too, which really caused Naruto to sigh again before nodding once with his hands on her shoulder, as he announces. I promise you, Ino-chan. I will keep looking forward. Ino nodded, accepting that now that he had promised her, which was enough for now, then sensing eyes on her and looking back at Azazel, who was checking out her ass unashamedly. She growled at him. Will you get lost, you old perv? Azazel snapped his gaze to her face and instantly regretted it as both blondes were glaring cold death at him. Chuckling nervously, the governor waves his hand around before announcing. I was just going to say that I'll be heading out for a few days. Shouldn't take more than a week. Both former shinobi nodded, eyes still Arctic blue, and he turns his back before taking flight, which now left them both alone in silence. This time, Ino let out a tight sigh as she turned back to the taller of the two and saying, There is something else I wanted to ask you about. Naruto nodded, so she continued lowly. Can you keep an eye on Chien-chan? After everything that's happened, I am worried about her more so than the others. Again, Naruto nodded as he comments. She isn't a shinobi, Ino-chan. She was never trained to handle things like this. All these rapid changes and stuff in such a small amount of time. Ino replied with a simple inclination of her head, though was clearly in deep thought for a few moments, as she folded her arms beneath her comfortable bust, which inadvertently drew Naruto's eyes for a brief moment. Upon realizing this, the former Jinchuriki averted his gaze from the purple fabric, but it was too late as the Mind Walker gained a smug smirk as her eyes track up to meet his, Ino asking in faux innocence. Oh, Naruto-kun, did something catch your eye? Grumbling about smart-ass blondes being too damn perceptive, Naruto looked back at his fellow and asked to change the subject. Are you sure you are doing okay? I have noticed changes in everyone but you. You seem more on edge. Ino was surprised that Naruto, of all people, picked that up despite her flawless acting, but did not let that show. She doesn't want to inflate his ego or ruin this developing moment, and so replied instead with, Well, you aren't wrong there. Sighing, she turned to face him directly, adding, I am chalking it up to 2 things. Holding up 2 fingers, Ino explains. Firstly, your temporary death. Everyone on some level blamed themselves for, no matter how you cut it, your death. You literally gave everything, even after you died, to save us out of sheer willpower. She sighed, shaking her head as she recalled the fact that, even as his heart had stopped, his chakra channels slowing down and shrinking, Naruto had stood back up to shield them all with his last ounce of strength as they were dislodged into this world. Her thoughts were cut through by the subject in question, pulling her into a hug against his warm, heart-fluttering, and well-defined chest with his arms holding her securely. Ino finds herself melting into the embrace just as Naruto's words grace her ears softly. If it's for my precious people, I won't ever give up. She nodded but held on to him firmer, tighter, and a slight tremble of desperation which Naruto caught, and surprisingly realized something about what she said a moment ago, thus asks her. When you said everybody? Again, Ino nodded, whispering lowly. Kiba tries to act like normal, but the fact that both you and Akamaru died has caused him to become far more paranoid. He periodically checks on every single person and won't sit still. Naruto nodded to that, having noticed just how restless Kiba's been recently, and so she continued. Shikamaru barely sleeps and is always either training or going over contingency plans. Choji too. Naruto was seeing where this was going, but before he can voice anything, Ino continued. Cheyenne is probably the most lost, with Hanabi a close second. In Cheyenne's case, she was never a fighter. Now, as she wanted to save you above everything, her mental health depends on your safety. The Seraphim level Fallen felt the weight of that fully, making a mental note to speak with both later. Naruto then asked softly, knowing she was likely to overlook herself as usual. What about you, Ino-chan? You seem to have overlooked yourself again. Letting out a single chuckle, sniffling, Ino looks up into his eyes as she pretended that she wasn't currently enjoying this security offered within his embrace, as she states. Well, look who's being observant. Naruto inadvertently gave her a look that the former heiress would later dub the look, and she caved immediately, lowering her face into his chest. Ino mumbled. Seeing Cheyenne clutching your limp body like that, crying and pleading for us to save you, it hit too close to home, you know. I do, Ino-chan. Naruto replied just as lowly, arms instinctively, and gently holding her tighter, hoping to convey a sense of safety within them she desperately seemed to need. He continued. You did not answer my question. First I lost my sensei. Ino cut in, nodding once before resting her face against his chest. Yet, you were there silently supporting me. Then I lost my dad in the early stages of the war, when we still had a chance. You were there for me too. When we were on the retreat, you saved me directly from Sasuke, blocking his blade. Naruto recalled that, when Sasuke launched the final attack on the retreating Leaf forces, he struck out at Ino's back when she had just cut down a bunch of Zetsu chasing a few genin. He managed to intercept him at the last possible moment, wind-coated three-pronged kunai against his electrified Chokoto. She hadn't seen him coming so naturally. When he grabbed her and defended against the Uchiha in the same breath, held against his chest like they were now, he could feel Ino was trembling in shock, which is how he recognized it this time. They had to go though, as that traitor was soon backed up by the arrival of Obito and Madara. Oh, he was pissed back then, but the mission came first. Ino continued on, dragging him out of that memory. When the leaf fell, you rallied the survivors, just like you did with the pain attack, and guided us to safety. All the while fighting off that traitor. For the duo, nothing seemed to exist beyond the embrace within this random training clearing, as not even the wind seemed to grace them. In the center, Naruto continued to listen to his former classmate, Ino, saying, All you are ever doing is protect us, and I realize that even I need you. Yet, she sniffled while continuing. When you died, I am not going anywhere. Naruto whispered quickly, holding her tighter to his chest, hoping she believed him this time. He continued swiftly. We aren't alone here. You have Shika, Choji, Sakura, and Naruto. Ino cut him off, causing him to pause, then look down to see her looking back up at him as she continued. Everyone has gone through a mentality shift. I know you are exceptions to this. My feelings may be a result of this, but I do not care about that. My own inhibitions have shifted, and I feel like I shouldn't have been so hesitant. So, without any further preamble, Ino tiptoed and locked lips with her fellow blonde that caused his mind to shut down out of shock. It took a full 10 seconds before he returned it. 2 days later. The full moon hung high above the lake that was still and calm. The sudden ripples to travel silently and disturb this calm were the result of the lone occupant stepping back out, having washed herself and her pale blonde hair. Cheyenne had just clipped her bra back on after her pants when her eyes subtly glowed, calling forth a smile upon face before speaking. I did not think that you were the type to peek, Naruto-kun. Behind the weeping willow off to the side, Naruto was leaning against the bark with his own eyes closed and arms crossed. He chuckled lightly with a soft smile before replying. Chien-chan. We both know that truth. Though for you. He trailed off, and as he had his back to her, Naruto missed the flushing of the former priestess's cheeks. As she tightened her lilac-trimmed, yellow kimono with a red obi, Chien turned to the lakeside tree, hands on hip, then asked, What brings you here, Naruto? Shouldn't you be with Ino-chan? Naruto let out a tired sigh loud enough to be heard from the 10 meters away that she stood, and it took him a little time to respond with, No, Chien-chan. I came here as you have been avoiding me. After that first dinner, you have been keeping me at arm's length. I want to know why. Chien flinched, not believing he had caught that, seeing as he seemed busy with Ino these last few days. Then again, he was still that unpredictable knucklehead they all knew and loved, so maybe he was more observant than they gave him credit for. Naruto sighed again, which actually pained her more than she thought possible, as she could feel the wariness, hinted with a sense of something cold and disheartening as he spoke up. Chien-chan. Chien. I have never reneged on my promises. I always have and always will fight for my precious people and their happiness. His chuckle was filled with bitterness and lacked humor as he continued. I am told from a certain Nara and Yamanaka duo that it is my fatal flaw. That my willingness to even sacrifice my own well-being to do so is supposedly at an unhealthy level. Another sigh before Naruto got back on subject. As such, I am always watching you, Chien. As one of my closest precious person, your happiness will always be very important to me. Ever since we took out Morio, and even during the war, you have and still do hold a unique place to me. I am socially inept, as Ino-chan keeps saying, so I am working on fixing that with her. Chien's tears had been falling silently, unnoticed even by her, as she approached the tree carefully while listening to Naruto's confession. Now that we are all here, Chien, I have somehow become the leader and pillar for everyone. That includes you too, so please don't distance yourself from. He was cut off when she appeared at his side from around the tree and brought into a deep, passionate kiss, held in place by strength he knew she didn't have. In his shock, he was helpless but to watch with widened eyes as her 4 black feathered wings erupted from her back. After the 10-second tongue battle, Chien finally pulled back and found herself giggling at the stupefied face Naruto was making, before her forefinger made circles on his chest before she began. You are right, Naruto-kun. I kept my distance from you because I did not really know how to approach you. Then, when I saw Ino-chan make her move, I felt like I had lost you. Naruto now recalls what Ino said about everyone's mentality shift, even his own, and how previously established inhibitions have been shifted, or in extreme cases, removed, and thus he should be careful in his response to this rather bold move. Chien continued after his eyes focused on hers. So for that I am sorry. I was scared. During the war, things were super busy and we never got any time alone. Then when the leaf fell and you had lost so much, I felt that it was not my place to put more burdens on your shoulders. Her smile fades slightly as she recalled the next part, speaking softer. Then, when I was holding your limp body, I realized that, Naruto rested his head against hers, drawing her eyes into his gold-lined blue to him, whispering gently. I know and I am sorry about that. She takes a deep breath with her eyes shut, enjoying his presence, his smell, his warmth of being before opening them to meet his gaze firmly, and then smiling while she replied. I was at your side the whole time, in spirit at least, and now I never want to leave it. I know Ino is. It's fine, no? A new voice interrupted the rather romantic moment-AMD atmosphere that had developed between them, much to Chien's clear annoyance, so she pulls back from Naruto and looks to the side of the tree, up on the lowest branch to find her fellow blonde, though hers was platinum with a few strands of silver within them. Chien spoke up, irritation growing in every word. Oh, Ino-chan, and what is it that you deem to be fine exactly? You knew how I felt and we can share him. Ino announced abruptly with a coy smirk, the gleam in her eyes dancing in amusement, as she adds. After all, my Naruto is a shinobi first and foremost. Add to that he is also an Uzumaki too, renowned for their extreme fortitude and stamina. Then let us not forget he is also a former container to the strongest beast too. All that together basically means his stamina is unlimited. Naruto's sweat dropped at that rather crass way of putting things. What she said wasn't exactly wrong, as the number of people who could best him in terms of stamina could be counted on one hand. That sweat drop, however, grew further upon seeing Cheyenne take longer and longer to consider that information. He swallowed hard upon noticing that her eyes were glowing, indicating use of her future sight, that she had seemed to gain a significant amount of control over in recent times. Eventually, Cheyenne looked back at Ino and nodded with a wicked grin that her fellow blonde returned with vigor before both looking to the lone male, who involuntarily tensed up and prepared to bolt out of a primal sense of survival. Just when both ladies were about to pounce, Naruto's eyes suddenly sharpened and peered beyond the two of them, which told the two ladies that playtime was over. They then followed his gaze swiftly, their presences vanishing completely, and in totality, as they remained motionless. Not too far in the distance, Shikamaru strolled calmly out of the tree line, clearly not spotting the three blondes by the lake's side. He wasn't alone, as Temari and one of the fallen angels that Azazel trusted were with him. It did not take a genius to figure out why the three were out here, and the willow-based blondes remained discreet and unnoticed. After the three left, Naruto snickered at Cheyenne's growing level of blush, and Ino had the most coy smirk on her face at this gossip. Oh, Shika, how far had he fallen? Naruto snorted at the pun, drawing the Yamanaka's attention to him and the priestess, who was now giggling softly. It took Ino a moment to recall her words before chuckling softly too, already enjoying this developing dynamic. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 3,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 3,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Report 2 First Steps. Training Dimension. A week later. Ducking beneath a punch, then blocking the rising knee, Naruto twirls around and under the wide roundhouse before lashing out with a haymaker that was blocked. With great effort. Jumping back, Naruto avoided the light claw strike, before blocking the second, and deflecting the third, then jabbed his opponent's chest 3 times, the fourth being caught. Not one to be bested, Naruto yanked his arm, forcing his opponent to come with it, and directly into the headbutt. Dazed and confusing his target, Naruto was able to sweep his target's feet from beneath them and form the light knife in hand in time to lift at his throat before ordering, "Yield." Seeing no way out of this, his opponent sighs and nods, Kiba announcing, "I yield." The dagger fades out and Naruto grins before holding out his hand, pulling the Inuzuka to his feet as he says, "You've adapted to this faster than the others, Kiba." Kiba sighed before nodding and spreading his 6 wings from his back, looking at them. "Well, as an Inuzuka, I am far more in tune with my baser instincts, just like you are. So these wings were easy to understand and use." Looking back at his pack leader, he continued, "So yeah, all I really needed was to practice with them and boost my control." Naruto smirks at that, and Kiba knew this was coming as he had caught them recently, not that they planned on keeping it from him, as the blonde comments, "I guess those private lessons with Sakura are paying off, huh?" The growl from the brunette was amusing to Naruto, but he wasn't holding it against him as the two seemed to have worked together extensively during his absence, and, just like him, Sakura had managed to keep him on a tight leash. Unlike him though, their bond went beyond familial relations by quite a healthy margin. A strange mix, but he's happy for them both. Kiba grumbled lowly, a slight flush to his cheeks as he replied, "Well, yeah? My chakra and magic control is a rather strong point of mine now. Though." His eyes narrow on the blonde that smirked harder in response, as the Inuzuka growled louder, "How the hell did you increase yours so massively? You had the worst up until..." Naruto nodded before stating, Kiba, I have lost about 80% of my total amount of chakra. Despite that, I still have more than everyone here combined. My control wasn't actually all that bad during everything, but now it's better than Sakura's for that same reason. Taking a breath, Naruto continued. Plus, without having to deal with chakra not my own, my control has substantially increased as there isn't anything disturbing its flow. Kiba just grunted, knowing what he meant but didn't say. It was a touchy subject, his one taboo, and none blamed him as he had been with the fox his entire life. He's doing remarkable considering everything. Not wanting to deal with that, he asked instead. So does that mean my light claws are something you can do too then? Grateful for the change in subject, Naruto grinned at that, nodding. Yes, seems cool. Though I wonder if there is something else we can do with this light magic. As the two began to discuss possible augmentations to their hand-to-hand combat strategies and stances, they missed the pinkette and platinum blonde in the trees. Sakura was smiling softly at Ino, who held a victory sign, causing the pink-haired Mednine to shake her head and smirk. She's done a great job on Kiba, having learned what not to do with Naruto. There's a thought. Naruto is the brother she never had and the one Kiba adopted on his side too, one of the reasons the two managed to build what they have. To save their brother. Her smarts and his hunting instincts. It was a dangerous combination and they competed with the top spot on the Devil's Subjugation takedowns. Glancing back past the bark of the tree, Sakura watches as Kiba and Naruto continue to discuss the claws and light control techniques. She smiles. Her boys will be fine, but she'll stay nearby as they are both prone to cause trouble and injuries. Naruto wasn't the only one surprised by the relationship between Sakura and Kiba. Ino had seen it develop slowly over the numerous missions they went on, and even now her surprise was still there. She remained silent as they interacted, observed every subtle touch and longing gaze shared between the two. Naturally, she was also the first to notice the shift between them after they came back from a particularly long mission. They saw her coy smirk and Sakura urged her to keep quiet. Oh, Sakura has always been so cute when she got all flustered like that. 3 months later and they are still going strong, even after Naruto's awakening and return to them. His brotherly bond with Kiba has made them closer and stronger than ever. Idly, Ino wondered if that would make them in-laws of sorts, seeing as her Naruto and Sakura's Kiba see one another as brothers. That night, Naruto lands carefully on the lake's only island, without disturbing the willow's dangling leaves, and slowly sits beside the younger teen sitting there. He remains silent as they stare out over the still lake that currently reflects the new moon off its surface. It took a few minutes before Hanabi spoke up. I miss them. Naruto nodded once, thinking of those that were left behind and the faces of those who fell in the line of duty. There were so many and now it just feels hollow. After a deep, slow breath he responds softly and barely above a whisper. We all do. No you don't. She snipped harshly, finally glaring at him with a sideways glance, but all she saw was a soft smile that pissed her off more than anything he just said. But before the young Hyuga could explode further, Naruto continued. I never responded to her confession. The young heiress paused at that, recalling what her sister said back right after the pain attack and how she had confessed to this guy in the middle of the fight. After another deep breath, he looked to her, and she saw the hollowness of his eyes as he spoke. I didn't know how to. To me, she was just a precious friend. Someone I would put my life down to protect. He leaned forward on his knees before adding, that I did put my life down to protect. The young brunette looked forward to and contemplated everything she had experienced in that war. Even in the thick of it, Naruto never looked this defeated. He was always fighting and always knew what to do to keep everyone focused. Looking back at him now, the guy who defended everyone with everything he had, even after he died. She saw it. His chakra had stopped, flickered out, then vanished before suddenly coming back and exploding out. All because of that spark he was given by the priestess's kiss. Maybe that was it. Hanabi asked softly. Did you ever kiss my... No. Naruto replied blandly, confused as to where the girl was going with that question before adding. Why do you ask that? The Hyuga didn't respond right away, rather she was trying to figure out how to ask before she felt his hand on her shoulder forcing her pale eyes to meet his sapphire blues that were warm yet concerned. Hanabi-chan. I promise your family I would look out for you. You may not believe me, nor accept my sincerity when I say this, but even now, when some might say it's over, I will continue to keep that promise. I believe you. Hanabi found herself saying without conscious thought. Like the others, she knew that Naruto was a man of his word and his words were his drive. She then added, It's just that everyone is so happy and cheerful. It's like no one cares about. Seeing her imminent breakdown coming, Naruto pulled the younger girl onto his lap and into a bear hug, hoping she would feel safe enough to let out her sadness, her grief, everything she bottled up all this time. Hanabi did indeed break down, crying for the first time since they survived the war. When so many others didn't. Why couldn't they have been this lucky? Ino had watched this from the same tree she found Naruto hiding behind when confronting Cheyenne. Said priestess was watching from her place at the fire pit in the center of camp, her eyes flowing back from glowing pink to their normal amethyst before looking up at Kurenai opposite her and nodding. This allowed the older Kunoichi to let out a sigh of relief. The Yuhi had been growing increasingly anxious about her student's little sister's continued self-isolation from the group. They are all one another have and they have to rely on one another now more than even during the war. Kurenai would watch as nearly 2 hours later, Naruto would return to their camp with Hanabi sleeping peacefully for the first time in months in his arms, but as he tried to hand her over to the older woman, her grip seemed ironclad. Yuhi chuckled lightly at that before strolling off, leaving the Uzumaki to grumble about lazy-ass adults leaving their jobs to him. Hanabi would awaken the next morning feeling fresh, much lighter than before and best of all, cozy. As she looked up, she found herself cuddled into a chest that, peeking up, she realizes she had been clinging to Naruto, and he was still sleeping with his arms protectively holding her. It was nice but rather improper for a noble lady as herself to share a bed with a male who isn't part of her family. Blinking, his words to her last night about looking out for her came to her mind. If he promised her family, then maybe she could consider him her brother then? In that case, this is fine as she is sharing a bed with her brother, and that is fine. Her thoughts were cut through by Naruto's low mumble. Amato-chan, you're thinking too loud. Hanabi gaped. How did he know what she was thinking? She thought that Lady Cheyenne was the only one who could see the future. Again, Naruto grumbled. She is, you're just too easy to read. Now let me sleep. Puffing her cheeks, rather cutely in Naruto's sleepy opinion, Hanabi went to Junken his leg only for her hand to be lazily slapped away by the blonde who now had a mischievous smile form. The former Hyuga heiress noticed it, and attempted to back away but it was too late. With eyes snapping open, Naruto pounced and immediately began tickling the younger teen, earning squeals and uncontrollable giggles throughout the camp. These were soon accompanied by Hanabi's cries of, "Stop! Please! Naruto and I! Please!" Outside, Choji chuckled deeply while chewing on his food with a shake of his head. Kiba smirked and nodded his approval. He had been worried about his teammate's younger sister too, and nothing he had done thus far got through to her. Leave it to Naruto to break through the shell in one sitting. Tenten too found it comforting to know that Hanabi was finally moving forward with them too. She is the last link to her own teammate too, and her self-isolation had her worried too. Even Kuratsuchi found a slight upturn of her lips at the sound of the laughter, panicked, tickle-induced laughter but laughter nonetheless. It was a breath of fresh air for them all. As she finished her breakfast, she stands from her fallen log beside Niwa, one of the Kiri-jonin, and spread her 10 wings before taking flight. One of her favorite pastimes was just flying around, reminds her of her grandfather sometimes. 2 weeks later, Sakaria, an 8-winged fallen, clashes her light sword against that of Naruto's, slashing and thrusting, that he was sidestepped as Naruto came with a horizontal slash with his own light weapon. She blocked it effortlessly, lashing out with a kick that Naruto was able to block almost as an afterthought. Jumping clear of one another, they both land and immediately charge directly at one another, and another shockwave of wind as sh the clash. The two continued to dance around one another's slashes, thrusts, and kicks with increasing intensity and speed. Sparks and flames began flying off further and at progressively higher temperatures. On the sideline, Omoy and Chojuro watched on in pride. Their joint student has grown so much in this month. He had come to them asking for sword training as the best sword users he knew. Naruto was a natural with a katana, Omoy had taught him the basics, and Chojuro provided a worthy opponent for his rapidly growing skill and self-taught sword style. The result: Naruto currently facing off against one of the premier sword users the Grigori has at current, Sakuya, being forced to go all in to defeat a shinobi who has been training all out for a full month. True, Naruto had used about 50 shadow clones a day to perfect his forms, battle against himself to find and fill holes, and gotten helpful tips and hints from his two sensei, but still, it was impressive. The sword of light in Naruto's hand faltered slightly and began to destabilize, causing the blonde to break off from the high-speed clash, but the ponytailed brunette form of Sakuya was having none of that. A bloodthirsty grin split her face as she hadn't had this much fun in a sword clash in so long. She leaped after him and forced Naruto to duck, weave, dodge and sidestep to avoid her flurry of attacks. She was suddenly caught by the wrist by Naruto, upon realizing that she had lost herself to her battle lust, and before she could break free he flooded her system with purified nature energy which immediately calmed her enough that even her sword dispelled. The sudden shift temporarily stunned her entire system and forced her unconscious. Omoy had appeared and caught her limp form with Naruto releasing his hold on her wrist, and nodded to the former Cloud Shinobi, who nodded back saying, "You've definitely gotten better." Naruto smirked for a moment but frowned a second later, replying, "Yeah, but these light weapons require so much focus to maintain, it's annoying. Might just rely on my mother's sword instead." Chojuro nodded, appearing beside Oma and adding his own comments. "Might be better to do so, yes. Though, repairing our gear is the real issue we are facing. We should be able to find decent physical swords when we leave here. It won't be chakra metal, but it'll be better than anything else." Naruto nodded before watching Omoy pick Sakuya up in a bridal carry. The white-haired teen nodded to both his fellow swordsmen, who returned the gesture before he leaped into the sky, flying back to camp. Clapping drew the remaining swordsmen's attention to the side where the Nadeshiko group of Kunoichi and Tenten too, who spoke for the group. "You've gotten a lot better at weapon combat." Naruto beams and nods as the two close groups in on one another, before saying, "Yeah. Next though, I need to work on my longer-range weapons. We can help you with that," Shizuka announced proudly, and her subordinates all nodded frantically, only for the Leaf Kunoichi to scoff. Tenten then declared, "Oh please. He's been my comrade and friend longer than he's known of you all. I'll teach him the Leaf's way to hit any target perfectly at every range." Shizuka frowned, but it was Ren, a woman with the same perfectly athletic and curvaceous figure as her leader, Shizuka, just with a lighter shade of black hair with light sky blue eyes, who responded haughtily, "Oh please, Tenten, even you know our thrown techniques are more effective than yours." Her hands were on her hip as she spoke and earned a tick mark from the Leaf Kunoichi, whose voice lowered dangerously, Tenten responding, "Then, you should be able to prove it. Put your kunai where your mouths are." "Those words sound like a challenge," Kyoto replied in seeming calm, but neither Naruto nor Chojuro bought it for a moment. After all, this particular Kunoichi is the youngest of the group present, and among the surviving members of the Nadeshiko Kunoichi. At the age of 15, Kyoto was already well developed by this world's standards but still had room for growth. She was already standing at 5'3", a well-defined figure even if currently she could be considered petite compared to her fellow countrymen with a B+ cup size. What made her stand out against her fellows though was her gray hair, that had shifted more towards a flowing silver since her reincarnation into a fallen, which has gotten her plenty of male attention from outside the group of shinobi. Despite having 4 wings, the shinobi have all observed all the male outsiders, including Azazel, that have come to instruct them, glancing her way. Thankfully, in part of the fact that the survivors are all collectively protective of their own, to a very high degree, according to members of the Grigori, none of these outsiders have dared to approach her with any semblance of hostility or negative intent. No doubt, they had felt the very dangerous eyes of these wartime, contract killers on their every move. This was not limited to just Gyota but all the younger members of the shinobi forces, particularly those of the female persuasion, and even Azazel dared not cross their more senior members. Probably as he is the most knowledgeable of their capabilities and with Naruto awake and aware, dared not see what their strongest is capable of as he has seen a glimpse of what the weaker members can do. Back to the developing situation between Tenten and the former Nadeshiko Kunoichi, that were glare at one another. Naruto gave a bro-aligned side-eye to Chojuro, who returned it in unison, and in tandem both made a very discreet departure from the area, allowing the women to sort their own differences themselves. Though Naruto will ask Sakura and Ino, maybe Hana and Anko too, to check on them in a little bit. He doubts they'll come to harm, but better safe than sorry, right? That afternoon, Naruto glides over the mountain's peaks, flowing in the frigid cold air currents gracefully and going with them instead of against them, allowing his silent passage to go unnoticed or exerting much effort to remain aloft. His gaze remained sweeping as he banked on the currents, and followed them around another peak before his passive senses pick up who he was looking for. He dared not use his active sensors as no doubt his target would be less accommodating if their solitary escape location was leaked to the others. Everyone needs an escape from time to time, but this was getting a little bit more than worrying, thus Ino flagged it to him for investigation and intervention. Apparently, Naruto has been considered the final boss in regards to everyone's mental health and only called in when all else fails. Personally, he doesn't really know how to feel about that and would prefer people come to him to talk instead of him being called in at this point. Letting out a discreet breath to rid himself of those thoughts, Naruto glides down to the opening of the small opening on the underside of an overhang that led into what he presumed was a cave network of sorts. A well-concealed position, impractical for most and likely to be overlooked by Grigori members. As he clears the overhang and glides up towards the edge, he folds in his wings and successfully sticks the landing on the edge of the rocky entrance, chakra securing him in place. Naruto was not surprised by the immediate. "They sent you, huh?" Nodding, the last Kage of the alliance stood up casually. Naruto replied, "We notice when our own are withdrawing from the group, Kuro." As he steps further in to see the calmly sitting Earth Commander, perched on a chair of solid stone and hunched over a small campfire she was staring into. When he got within its gentle amber glow, Kuratsuchi finally turns her hollow purple eyes on him, and Naruto sees she has her normally stony mask up when she speaks. "What do you want of me, Naruto?" As he kneels down in front of her, their eyes locked the entire time, she continued. "I did my duty. I fought hard and did not back down. I withstood everything they threw at me and gave it right back." Not saying anything, Naruto just nodded, allowing Kuratsuchi time to gather her thoughts together for an unspecified amount of time. Eventually she added, "I fought. I did not yield. Like the stone we were meant to represent, I held my ground. I did not yield." The blonder of the two saw the cracks in her mask forming but remained motionless as she confessed. "But I was so scared. The more I fought, the more I refused to yield." Kuratsuchi took a deep breath. It was shaky, filled with fear, and the tears finally began to build within those dead purple pools she had for eyes. "I lost. I lost everything. They took the more I refused to back down. I fought. I held my ground. I did not yield," she declared, trying to keep her voice level and filled with steel, but it was clear to both she was failing. Her whisper was barely a breath. "I just wanted them to stop." Gently, ever so gently, Naruto took up both her hands with his and forced her gaze back to his equally hollow ones as he spoke now. "We fought. We held our ground as best we could. Not once did any of us yield. The land, soaked with the blood of our comrades, knows this. The creatures of the depths that ran red with their life essence know this. Kami, the Shinigami, fate, and even the planet itself, knows we did not yield." His voice was soft but firm, taking a moment to allow her to process this before continuing. You cannot blame yourself for this outcome, Kuratsuchi, for it is not for any one of us to bear it alone. But if I... Kuratsuchi began but was immediately shut down by Naruto's gentle tone back at her. But nothing. He breathes out softly at that, glancing to the flickering fire beside them for a moment before finally adding, offering the words his friend had given him. It is possible to make no mistakes and still lose, Kuro. That is not a weakness, that's just life. Looking back to her, Naruto sees the same face of contemplation on her face that Shikamaru claimed he had, and now he understands it too. He then whispered, "Like you and your will of stone, I hold on to the will of fire." Regaining her attention, he continued, "Like you, I followed it closely and did everything I could to protect the king, the younger generations." His gentle hold on her hands inadvertently tightened, but Kuratsuchi absent-mindedly returned it without conscious thought or hesitation as she listened to the final kage. "Yet battle after battle we lost more and more. I failed. I failed to protect the king. The last thought I remember having when that madman had me in his grasp was, 'This isn't right, this wasn't supposed to end this way, my will of fire.' Next thing I recall, even if blurry, was standing before the darkness and believing." He looked dead into her eyes with such intensity, Kuratsuchi's breath hitched as Naruto spoke. "Praying that, even just this once, just this one time, if I could just protect them. Just this one time, then maybe I would be able to face the ones I had failed with my head held high." Both ignored the tears being shed, recalling the countless bodies of comrades they both had walked over, the innumerable glassy eyes they've seen, and the endless amount of death cries heard. Instead, they both focused on the words the kage says next. "We have this chance to reflect on our mistakes, Kuratsuchi. To learn from them. Use our failure to make ourselves better leaders. We can't help anyone, especially ourselves, by constantly running away." A gleam of realization flashed through the stone Kunoichi's violet eyes at that, and Naruto found himself nodding with a smile so pressed on. "So we should be training to make ourselves stronger for everyone else's sake. Not just our own." Despite their hands gripping one another tightly, the slight tremble between them ignored, he continued firmly, parroting the words Shikamaru gave him. "So next time, regardless of what we face, everything will go perfectly and we will all come home safe." Neither would ever admit to any of this happening whatsoever, even under the threat of death. Kuratsuchi sniffled and asked with a tight breath, Can I?" Seemingly understanding the question that came out too broken for most, Naruto pulled the woman from her seat and onto his lap and, just like with his previous case, pulled her into a firm, secure hug. Ino calls said hugs his ultimate trump card in emotional stability, thus his frequent use of them, even if he isn't exactly convinced of half the stuff she rambles about. Yet again, however, it seemed to work as the rock-hard, superheated Kunoichi, known as the immovable stone Kuratsuchi, buried her face into his embrace and silently cried for the loss of her home for the first time. Naruto said nothing and remained silent to allow his charge time to grieve and hopefully start to get back on her feet again. They had all noticed how distant the Earth group had become, and the others were being handled by the rest. Ino had tried to break into Kuratsuchi's shell, or more like armored fortress, and had no luck. Thus deployed her not-so-top-secret weapon of last resort. He doubts this would be enough to fully break through her emotional walls, nor bring back the fiery and defiant spirit Kuratsuchi was known for, but it is a start at least. For now, though, Naruto will sit with her in a cave above the clouds where the sun never reaches, warmth from a fire meets the rigid stone, as he gently and consistently rubs circles upon her back. Hopefully, though, he hopes she won't keep everyone out anymore. Mid-afternoon the next day. Atop the lake, in a new training method for the group as a large, Naruto and Kiba battle it out again in hand-to-hand combat whilst maintaining their light claws. This meant that they had to maintain the chakra to their footing and magic to their hands simultaneously whilst still being aware of each other's strikes. It started off slowly, but over the course of the hour, the speed has increased gently and forcing them to control both types of power more and more. As both kinesthetic learners, this was a massive boon to said control and a great workout at the same time. A win-win. Though, if you ask a few of the ladies on the shoreline, the third win was seeing both men shirtless as they battled and sweated. The rippling of muscle as each one struck out, the firmness seen when punches or kicks landed, the intensity in their eyes, or maybe it was the confidence they both held in their smirks. It was quite the show. As the two part from another claw lock, Kiba lands first and asks as he stops. So, how are you finding the claws? Useful, I admit. Naruto replies as he matches Kiba's stride, both moving in orbit of the midway between them as he continues. This is working wonders on my control. Thanks for the help with them. Kiba smirks with a nod, earning a few cat calls from the shore that both ignored as he replies. Well, ever since we joined your pack, you are and still am the pack leader. It is only natural. Naruto would have snorted, if it wouldn't be considered an insult to his friend's clan and their way of life, so instead nodded as they both stopped circling. Instead, he charges as he claims. Then, allow me to show you my strength again. I won't back down either. Kiba declared as he countercharged, rushing into and striking first at Naruto slides beneath, before turning back and slashing upwards that was sidestepped and Kiba returned a horizontal cross slash. Naruto was forced onto his back foot, barely missing the slash to his skin, before countering with a high right, low left jab that forced Kiba to take a step back, then sidestep before bringing up his arms to block the follow-up kick. Meanwhile on the shoreline, Kuratsuchi arrived to watch the ongoing spar out of curiosity on the level everyone has gotten to. Hopefully she hasn't dropped too far behind. She was standing a far distance away from the clearly ogling group of outsiders, though that Yamanaka and her pink-haired friend were near enough, drooling not far from them. She was surprised though when another Leaf Kunoichi arrived at her side with a soft, "Hey there!" Looking over, the former Kunoichi of Stone saw this woman's fang markings and realized she was an Inuzuka like the one fighting and so offered, "Hey!" Then gestured to the fighting duo and asked, "Friend of yours?" "Brother, yeah? Naruto is also our assigned pack leader, so." The woman trailed off and Kuratsuchi nodded, not really caring what that might mean, before returning her gaze forward as Naruto pulls off a triple spinning high kick that Kiba blocked with both arms. The sound indicates it was a hard strike, but the Inuzuka held firm. Hana Inuzuka. The woman at her side informs, earning a side eye from Kuratsuchi, who now only took in her features. Long brown hair that trailed just past her shoulders, two bangs of which frame her face, with large black eyes above her clan fawn-like tattoos down her cheeks. Like most of the survivors, she wasn't wearing her flak jacket or forehead protector but just a short-sleeved beige, V-neck t-shirt that exposed a portion of her cleavage. Form-fitting black shorts down to just above her knee, but her waist holds numerous medical pouches that remind the Stone Kunoichi that she was one of the medics that kept their leader alive. After a moment, Kuratsuchi nodded and replied in kind. Kuratsuchi. Though you already know that, right? Hana nodded firmly, her softer features smiling back at her before looking forward and joining the observation of her brother and pack leader before replying. I did, yeah. We never really got to talk during everything and even during the ending. She trailed off and the two remained silent. None of them really knew what to or how to speak of their final battle. Their final loss. After a moment though, Hana pressed on. But this morning, when I went to wake Naruto, I noticed that he was missing. The woman failed to notice the discreet stiffening of Kuratsuchi. Hoping no one ever finds out, she cried herself to sleep in the arms of their leader, and he stayed with her until she awoke this morning. She continued to listen to her fellow Kunoichi regardless. Thought nothing of it, he sometimes gets up early after all, but when I found him earlier. She finally looks to the shorter woman at her side, Hana says. I smelt, what I now know, is you on him and wanted to ask why. Why does that matter to you? Kuratsuchi asks back without missing a beat or missing Naruto's swift duck and slide beat his opponent's own high kick. Hana though maintained a polite smile, but for some reason, the former stone shinobi started getting the creeps from it as her voice became overly sweet. Well, you see, as our pack leader, his safety is rather important to me. I don't want anything unbecoming to befall him outside his official duties. Kuratsuchi actually turned her head to this woman, face of stone meeting toxically sweet smile, with a brow raised as she asks. Official duties. Hana simply nodded before explaining. We lost him once already, and were lucky enough to get him back. We cannot afford to hope for a second time, so absolutely must make sure he is fit for service and safe. Without giving anything away, Kuratsuchi faced forward again to watch as both men leap clear of one another before commenting on that. Don't worry about that. I too will not yield. Even though unseen, Hana nodded before looking forward and watching as her brother shakes Naruto's hand, both having deactivated their light claw technique. Seeing them in a discussion, she spreads her 6 wings and takes flight to join them. When she lands beside her brother, a soft smile for Naruto on her face, and was going to ask something when she was interrupted. Kuratsuchi had landed between the Inuzuka and the Uzumaki, hard, and was about to slip though, but was caught and held up by Naruto, despite her slightly floundering 10 wings at her back. Surging her chakra again, the former stone kunoichi stabilizes and releases her grip on the blonde with a short "Thanks." Naruto nodded as he stepped back before offering. It's fine. All our chakra controls were shot to hell at first too. Nothing to worry about. Kiba snorted before retorting while pointing at his pack leader. Says the guy with the best control of us all. Naruto's foxy grin makes its appearance as he shrugged carefreely, his response casual. What can I say? I am just that awesome. Earning another snort from the other male in attendance while the blonde looks to the Ravenette and adds. Though, based off your chakra reserves, I could probably teach you the shadow clones. Should help cut down the retraining time. Get you back up to peak faster. The surprise was easy to miss, and only Naruto caught it on Kuratsuchi's stone-like face, thus his shrug was misinterpreted by most as he added. Your call, though. The woman nodded, allowing the seraphim-level fallen to look to the first newcomer and asks. As for you, Hana, what brings you out here? Shaking out of her slight frown at Kuratsuchi, Hana looks to her pack leader, smiles, then asks. I was wondering if you wanted to learn a bit of Iryo ninjutsu. Seeing as your control is high enough now and everything. It could help. Naruto and Kiba are probably the only ones who could tell what Hana was actually thinking of when she was speaking. Their noses don't lie after all. On the other hand, though, it was a perfectly reasonable and logical explanation for her being here. Sure, the approaching Sakura could probably teach them too, but Hana has far more experience, even more so if you take into consideration of both their enhanced senses. After a moment of thought, Naruto and Kiba shared a look, seemingly communicating a full battle strategy in that fraction of a second, before nodding. In unison, Naruto turned to Hana and Kiba strolled towards his girlfriend and Ino. This mission is just starting. The following day, Naruto opened his eyes to find a familiar figure clutching his side, beneath his covers on his cot. Looking to his left to find the expected dark brown hair of one Hanabi Hyuga sleeping peacefully earned a sigh from his lips. Ever since her breakdown in the tree and subsequently awaking beside him the morning after, Hanabi has consistently been sneaking into his bed and curling up beside him. Suppose she only felt safe and comfortable enough to actually rest beside him, which has caused him a bit of concern at the development of her codependency on him. A bad trait for any shinobi to gain. Even worse for them, now more than ever, as they haven't even begun to understand their place within this new world. Naruto himself has had very limited exposure to the world beyond the training dimension Azazel has left them in to train up. He trusts them to get up to spec in as short a time as possible, while the rumors about a new shadowy force hunting devils can die down. Those rumors weren't exactly wrong, as his fellow shinobi had indeed hunted down mainly rogue, monstrous devils to harvest their evil pieces for their reincarnation ritual. Apparently, Niwa, Chojuro, and Karui had captured a normal high-class devil along with their near-full set of pieces. Their families' familiars witnessed the whole thing, well tried to, but never caught any of their faces and just saw the kidnapping of the devil, his 2 peerage members and an allied escort. That was the start of the rumors. That caused the devil's security to actually pay attention and noticed a few similar encounters, several isolated incidents, that were never disclosed to the public but had their nobility talking. Thus, they were laying low now as they weren't necessary at the moment, and the rumors will die in time, even with that other faction attempting to take responsibility. Back to the matter at hand, Naruto gently moves a lock of long, smooth brown hair from his new little sister's face and spots her content smile as she grips his shirt. Perhaps he should wake her and work on her new fighting style, seeing as the gentle fist may not work as well as it did back home. There's a thought. If memory serves him right, the gentle fist is an earth-based taijutsu style and Hanabi is very proficient with it already. Strong, rigid, and powerful in its own right. Maybe getting Tenten to help with retraining her in the strong fist instead? Maybe Sakura in the modified Senju style. What other styles are there? Naruto murmured to himself near a whisper, not expecting a response from his current bedmate. Hanabi whispering back. Can I really not use the gentle fist? Glancing down at his side, Hanabi's pale eyes were staring back at him now, looking somewhat disheartened at hearing that she might have to abandon her family's style. One of the last things she has of theirs. Sighing at the tone and expression she was making, Naruto grumbled breathlessly that actually managed to get a light giggle from the girl despite everything before he sighed a second time and explained. Well, Hanabi-chan, we don't really know how effective it will be in hand-to-hand combat here. Our group are the only ones with chakra coils now. Yes, I know you can target organs instead, but I would feel a lot better if you had a backup. His eyes soften as he smiles. Just in case. She nodded once, before whispering back. Can I not learn yours? I am your adorable little sister after all. Naruto chuckled humorously at that, knowing she only plays that card when she wants something in return and never mutters it outside his tent. Even though everyone knows that is their relationship now, she just silently mutters it when they interact anywhere else. After a moment, he replied, Well, I could, but I am not sure they'll suit you. Why wouldn't they? Well, Naruto began, getting his thoughts and explanations in line before beginning again. Your gentle fist is an earth-based taijutsu style. Rigid and strong. You are very good at it, meaning it works for you. With me so far? Upon Hanabi's nod, he continued. None of my styles are like that. My clan style, the whirling fist, is a water-based style. Flowing and in constant motion. The complete opposite. Hanabi surmised and Naruto nodded before explaining further. My family style, the hummingbird style, is a lightning-based style. Swift and sharp. Upon her nod, he finishes. My final style, frog kumite, requires senjutsu. At the moment, you lack the ability to use senjutsu. Does that mean you'll teach me when I can? Hanabi sitting up abruptly, looking back down at her new and favorite brother in excitement. Yawning as he sits and swings off the bed, taking his sweet-ass time to answer the damn question, Naruto eventually offered a fluid shrug before getting up and offering. Maybe. But that is for later, come on, breakfast is being cooked. Climbing out of the cot too, stretching out completely and inadvertently releasing her four wings, that knock into Naruto and create a small mess, drawing his ire. As the man turns back to the young Hyuga, Hanabi turns the innocent act up to 20 out of 10 and whispers, Opsy! Only to get a bonk on the head from Naruto, who was too cranky for that to work on as he gripes. That's the 5th time. If you're going to stretch, do it outside the tent. You'll clean up after we eat, then you can find me from practice. As he strolls off in faux annoyance, the few who watched the interaction noticed the content smile on the former heiress's lips as she rubbed the spot he had bonked her gently. Kurenai suspects that Hanabi does it on purpose because it gets her Naruto's attention, and what little sister doesn't enjoy being doted on by an older brother. A week later. Another beautiful day in the training dimension, and the shinobi are training with one another in various forms and areas. Chojuro is referring for the sword fight between Omo and Sakuya, with Niwa and Kyoto spectating. Kurenai, Hana, and Kuratsuchi are working on chakra control. Ino and Sakura were teaching Cheyenne some basic self-defense skills. Then again, basic for shinobi is still considered pretty deadly to their current world. Paired with her future sight, and things are even more one-sided. Enko and Choji were preparing food and drinks for everyone, the former IWA Chunin helping them while Temari and Shikamaru are walking with Azazel, Shemhazai, Barakil and Benamian talking and discussing the future operations and plans. This was broken up by the sudden gathering of storm clouds above the mountain range off to the side, drawing the attention of most at the unusual nature of the phenomenon, and the speed in which it came in. This dimension isn't supposed to rain or anything, so it is weird. Just then, Carrie is seen near enough nose diving down towards the clearing, and upon seeing Shikamaru she comes in hot and lands hard before him, clear signs of a panic. Before she could begin incoherent chatter, the Nara rose a hand to stop her and says, "Calm down first. Take a breath then speak." Following his instructions, she takes a deep breath before reporting in. "Naruto and Samui are going full out up there." All the outsiders shared looks when they saw every single shinobi present gulp, the Nara beginning to sweat, and even Temari took a step back. With a tight breath, Shikamaru managed only to whisper, Are you serious?" Karui just shuddered once, then nodded, causing the fire commander to glance around at everyone and order. "No one flies from now until the storm passes. Stay low at all costs." Everyone nodded in full agreement before Azazel asked the obvious question. "Are they really that powerful?" The three shinobi together all looked to him with looks of incredulity. Shikamaru just nodded once to confirm with and added, "Samui once witnessed one of our enemy's most infamous attacks. It's called Kirin. Directs natural lightning down on a target. You know, the usual town-destroying stuff." The former pure angels all sweat drop at the casualness used when referring to a single attack being capable of wiping out towns by these shinobi. Shikamaru continued. "Anyway, after seeing it she wanted to try it herself with her own power. It never did quite work out." Carrie was quick to add. "Hasn't stopped her from trying to refine it though. Just look at that." She points back up the mountain just as numerous flashes erupt in the thick, dense, dark gray clouds covering the mountain now. None could disagree with her assessment. Benamian then asked, "Then, what about this Naruto? He's your leader, right? Shouldn't you?" All the shinobi look at her blankly before realizing, Shikamaru offering, "Have you not met Naruto, Benamian-san?" She shakes her head and he nods in understanding, but it was Temari who informed them. "Well, the knucklehead happens to be the fastest shinobi in the world. We have literally seen him outrun and dodge lightning bolts before." She shrugged as if that was the norm, and Azazel chuckles at that, looking to Barakil and asks, "Wonder if you'd beat him?" The man didn't even twitch at that, but rather the bulky fallen angel, known for his holy lightning, was staring up at the storm front in contemplation. Within the dense cloudscape the recent barrage of lightning and thunder fell off as Naruto shot through the top layer, into the clear skies. He had a few scorch marks upon his body, but nothing really debilitating, not when paired with his grin as he calls out, "That was better than last time, Sam-chan." A massive beam of lightning shot out from the clouds below just past his shifted head, causing a few strands of his left black bang to fray in response to the power within it, and he chuckles lowly at that. He added, "But I thought we were already at that part of familiarity with one another. You break my heart, Sam-chan." 6 more potent blasts of lightning erupt from the clouds again. This time Naruto ducks and weaves around them, but this time they curl and follow. He is forced to twirl, climb, and duck beneath them with his wings folded back. When 2 more appear ahead of him, his own lightning begins to spark across his body before he spread all his 12 wings out wide and unloading 2 massive blasts of lightning-laced water, boosted by his wings' winds. The explosion caused a massive flash that those beneath the clouds saw, then heard a dozen seconds or so later. Appearing from the smoke of that attack, Naruto rises and spreads his wings again with a bellowing laugh before saying, "Now that was cool." Erupting from the clouds, that seemed to cling to her 8 wings, Samui charged directly at Naruto once more with a smirk of her own and unloading 6 magic circles of her bloodline of storm-release laser circus. She had successfully managed to link her chakra attacks into her magic, and was having fun with it against the only one who she could spar with. Naruto, seeing these 6 blasts heading his way, summoned 6 small raisin shuriken in the same method as his opponent, and shot them forward to intercept. Knowing she couldn't control all 6 to avoid the counter, Samui instead focuses on a single one of her beams and maneuver it around the clashing explosions. Once clear, she powers it up and forces it at full speed towards Naruto, her smirk growing. Naruto caught sight of the miss at the last second, smirking at the sneaky attack, and a wind-style Rasengan appeared in his hand that he thrusts to block the laser strike at the last moment. Over the clashing techniques, Naruto's blues meet Samui's and a moment is shared between them, but it is also when he realizes something was off. Samui never smirks that much. But before he could react, another laser, hidden by the sun, struck him from his blind spot and shocked him. The 12-winged angel fell from the sky, paralyzed by the sheer amount of energy put into the strike that was cleverly hidden by the beaming sun. He did catch the dispelling of the shadow clone. Samui had launched the 6 frontal attacks though. Well played. Just as he entered the clouds though, he felt slender arms around his body and peered down to see his storm subordinate holding him and slowing them both down. Samui was looking back at him with a smug smirk now. It was well deserved, no complaints. In yet another cave, like seriously, how many of these are there? This one was about halfway down the mountainside, beyond the second set of mountain peaks. Naruto was sitting against the wall, still paralyzed from below the neck, but it was waning. Samui was sitting in the entrance ledge with a foot dangling off it, looking out across the mountains, but then asks her companion, "Was I stronger than before?" "Much stronger," Naruto informed as he looks down at his legs, watching them intently as he tries to move them before observing his fingers next. Barely even a twitch when he grunts, then looks to his sparring partner. "Say, can't you just discharge the excess lightning?" She glances back at him over her shoulder, a mischievous glint in her eyes that betray her normal deadpan expression, and he pouts, muttering, "You're being mean, Sam-chan." Her eyes narrowed dangerously, lightning sparking over her frame. And Naruto would have flinched if his nerves weren't currently scrambled and unresponsive. Misinterpreting his steady gaze upon her wordless threat, Samui asks slowly, "Why do you insist on calling me that?" Naruto's beaming smile made a comeback, but before he could reply, she stopped him with a raised hand, causing him to pause, so she spoke. "The real reason?" His smile fell to a more believable level before he says, "In truth, to get a reaction from you. To get you to show me what's really happening under that cold mask you always have." "Why?" the former Kumo Kunoichi asks, genuinely curious about his motives now. It isn't like he has any real reason to try so hard, so why does any of that matter? Naruto chuckled lightly before offering her, "You are one of my precious people too, Samui." This caused her to lock onto his now serious blues with her own, about to speak, but he beats her to it. "Even before we came here, I considered you a friend, an ally, a person who I knew I had to protect. You are naive. Thinking that way. Am I?" He asked her with a raised brow and putting the normally stoic Kunoichi on the spot. Such a quick response to her statement did actually catch Samui off guard, though it was only noticeable within her brief eye widening that Naruto caught and pressed against. "From the moment you all fell under my command, a command I did not think I deserved, but as agreed upon by everyone, you all became my responsibility." His gaze seemed sharper and cooler than Samui had ever seen before as he continued. "From that point, you were all precious people to me. It was at that point I truly understood the words of my friend when he said that my life wasn't mine alone anymore. You may say I am naive sometimes, yeah. I can be, but you, just like the others, are precious to me." They stared for a long time, either backing down or willing to break the silence between them. As the clouds from their earlier spar finally dispel and the sun slowly began to illuminate the Kunoichi's form, she finally stood back up and approached him. He watched as she stopped before him and knelt down without breaking eye contact. She reached for him slowly but stopped. Hesitated for a breath before carefully cupping his formally whiskered cheeks, but she could feel where they were still. Her other hand landed on his leg. Slowly, Naruto felt his internal energies stabilize slightly before she whispered, "That is the best I can do. It's cool. I feel much. And thank you," she added whilst cutting him off, the two were still staring into one another's eyes, allowing nothing but truth to be shared between them. Naruto smiled at her, perfectly ignoring the fact her hand was still on his cheek, and replied, "You're welcome." 2 months later. The now familiar sound of the shattering sound barrier can be heard from the campsite within the forest, drawing the attention of the shinobi within, and many find themselves smirking as they look up in time to see several flashes of black of their airborne comrades in a high-speed combat. Predictably, the delayed sound followed moments later of rushing winds, but those with acute hearing could also hear the cries of mercy upon them. Sighing hard, Cheyenne looks to Kurenai and asks, "Who started it this time?" The shaggy black-haired beauty with her unique scarlet eyes just shrugged, Kurenai smirking as she replied from her seat atop the fallen trunk holding her little girl. "Based off that shock wave, I would say Azazel tried to prank Naruto again but failed yet again." Cheyenne nodded, understanding that much, so the kunoichi continued. "Then, seeing as he's running, no large explosions and the two trailing behind, I can only assume that Anko got hit instead and she's chasing him down. Naruto and Kiba are probably following to laugh in his..." A familiar to them girlish scream echoed through the trees, and every male covered their crotch area at the sound. Their female counterparts, however, all smirked knowingly as Kurenai nodded in her correct deduction of the course of events. Cheyenne saw this and offered an exasperated sigh before muttering, "That old man never learns." In the near distance, Naruto and Kiba were both busting a gut at the sight of Anko whipping their supposed boss to a mound of flesh and feathers. It was hilarious. Though, he had brought it upon himself. The two shinobi knew that Anko's chest was off limits, and despite their growing level of their lustful nature, due to their fallen transformation, they had done well and kept themselves in check. Anko was still scary. Even more so with her own transformation has increased both her sultry intensity and her wrathful capacity. Though, at current only Naruto had been excused from her wrath. Probably due to his rank at the top of their group, everyone is guessing, with the two in question being tight-lipped about it. Kiba has wholeheartedly understood his place in the new pecking order. As an Inuzuka, he did not hesitate to accept it. Quite the opposite. Naruto as his leader, just as always, even back during the war his clan had wholeheartedly joined his pack and fell into rank beside the foxes he led as fellow canine. They had torn through their enemies with absolute lethality, and completely ruthlessly. It was the peak of hunting and pack tactics. Looking over to his alpha as his laughter fell to chuckles, Kiba asked, "Say, Naruto, when are we going to investigate those chakra users?" Looking back, Naruto wiped his tears while he hovered equally casually at his side with hands falling to pockets before replying, "When we get up to spec, probably." He shrugged, looking back as Anko finished beating Azazel. Naruto continued, "Then again, it's been 4 months, and we are much better than when we first arrived. Our allies in the Grigori tell us that they aren't much nor anywhere near as powerful as we were back then." Kiba shrugged at that, with his own hands now falling into his pockets too. Before replying, 4 months, huh? Seems longer. Naruto nods to that in understanding. It did feel longer than that with everything going on, but still heard Kiba say, "Could still be interesting and potentially groundbreaking in our field of expertise." Chuckling lowly, easily seeing through Kiba's weak excuse, Naruto looked to his brother in arms and replied blandly enough to get the point across he did not buy what he was selling. "Your sister will kill you, you know?" Again, Kiba shrugged casually, not letting go of this idea as he replied, "She's too focused on you to care about my axe." Naruto groaned at that, face palming, moaning out, "Troublesome." Earning a snicker from the dog boy, turned fallen Kiba and a suddenly revived Azazel who appeared at his side, then announcing, "It comes to us naturally." Naruto grunted once, then growled, "You're just a horny pervert, ya old coot." Kiba nodded, saying, "True." Anko, suddenly appearing on Naruto's back, also added, "That's true." Azazel chuckled, shaking his head, but decided to not take that bait and instead commenting on their earlier topic. "In other news, I was actually planning on assigning you to the Japanese sector, more accurately the Yukai liaisons. We are having issues with them, and having fresh faces will likely make things proceed smoother." Grinning like a fool, Kiba began nudging his leader's side while speaking lowly. Destiny, no? Anko batted the offending finger away from her Naruto, who only offered him a glance, before turning back to his fellow 12-winged angel and said, Oh? And why would we be these fresh faces exactly? Azazel continued, looking confident in his speech preparation. Firstly, your outfit is far more disciplined. They'll respect that. Seeing his audience nod along with him, the governor continued. Second, you both have chakra. It will be common ground for negotiations. Though, thirdly, the oldest fallen broke into a grin as he finished. Their leader is a Kyuubi. Naruto's eyes hardened, understanding dawning as he had the most experience with such a person and a stubborn one at that. After contemplating the request then what Shikamaru has told him about regarding the nation of Japan, the closest this world has to their own but far more modern like most places. Eventually, with a weighted sigh Naruto meets the gaze of his fellow Seraphim-level fallen and nodded while asking. This is as good a place to start as ever, I guess. When and how many of us should we take? Take a small force for now. Azazel replied with a light shrug, before explaining. Best not spook them or the other factions with all 70 of you off the bat. 69. Naruto and Anko corrected at the same time, getting a deadpan from Azazel who corrected himself blandly. Right, 69. Naruto inclined his head slowly whilst in thought so Anko whispered. Might as well call a meeting for tonight and decide then, no? Well, I know who to bring already. Naruto replied to his passenger earning a hum he felt through her body clinging to his, though he added. Just thinking about teams as a whole. Update our current system. Should defiantly talk to Shika and Temari. Kiba comments getting a nod from the other two, though Naruto adds to that list. Kuratsuchi and Samui too. They have level heads on these things. The blondest fallen present then looks to the patiently waiting Governor General and asks. When do we need to set out? Azazel sighed while shrugging himself and responded. Whenever really, but sooner the better. Rubbing his nasal, Naruto grunted before glancing over his shoulder at Anko, who looked back and she nodded before dropping off his back, blasting off back to camp. Naruto then looked to his boss and said, We'll move out tomorrow early. We've been holed up in here for months now and really can't hide away forever. Kiba nodded to that, getting serious himself understanding the situation now as both turned back to Azazel, Naruto speaking for them both. We'll keep a low profile and scope things out. We are shinobi after all. We work better in the shadows, as you are no doubt aware. Azazel nodded with a smirk. He was oh so aware of this fact, recalling how efficient these shinobi moved to secure the rogues of devil kind and how ruthlessly efficient they were in their subjugation. His spies within devil territory still tell him about the hushed rumors that had spread among the nobility of devil society. Most believe them to be nothing but that. Rumors. Some believing that this was nothing but propaganda from the hero faction to sway the supernatural society to take them more seriously. That faction itself too was pushing this narrative, however none took it too seriously. The governor took this with more than a little amusement. By the time these thoughts were past, the party had arrived at the side of the new force's leader, which drew his attention. Anko cheered. So, the Nightwing's first mission is to this Kyoto. Kurenai sighed, face palming as she muttered. Calm down, Anko, you just said we're leaving tomorrow. Shikamaru sighed hard from his place beside Kiba, speaking aloud. When did we take up that name again? Naruto spoke dryly. 3 weeks ago, I believe. Anko nodded frantically, eyes gleaming brightly with mirth. This caused Shikamaru to semi-glare at the blondest among them, unspoken allegations about his foolishness, and Naruto just shrugged before smirking a familiar Anko-grade smirk before informing. What can I say? Anko was very persuasive in her reasoning. Azazel snorted and Kiba fist bumped him. Anko averted her gaze from Kurenai and Cheyenne's penetrating gazes. Clearing his throat, Naruto adds while looking at his faction leader. Send word that a squad is being dispatched to aid them. The former pure angel with them just shrugged, Azazel saying. That'll be fine. I'll send one of our regular forces with you as verification. Won't that be a bit overkill at that rate? Kurenai asks with a brow raised. But again, Azazel just shrugged with his reply. No one overly important. Just a regular foot soldier. Should be fine then, right? They all nodded if that was the case. That night. That's our current assignment as it stands. Naruto informed the gathered crowd, all sitting in the meadow within the training dimension. Shikamaru, Samui, Temari, Chojuro and Kuratsuchi sitting at the front and the others were at their backs. Seeing their completive faces, Naruto added. Any questions? So what, we just wait here until you negotiate with these yokai? Kuratsuchi asks with a brow raised and Naruto just nodded, clarifying. Once we have a treaty in place and negotiate for a compound or something, we'll be moving everything out of here and out there. It'll be our primary base of operation, hopefully. What about the locals? Temari asked skeptically, earning the Kage's attention as she elaborated further. These yokai are chakra users, right? Won't they ask questions? No doubt. Shikamaru answers in place of his classmate, but added swiftly. But from outside observers, they'd struggle to tell the difference. If we suppress our magical signals, we can blend in plain sight. Naruto nods to that before stating. Exactly. It may also help us gain a neutral rapport, if not friendly, with them as we are clearly different from the run-of-the-mill Fallen. Sets us apart. We are far more disciplined. Chojuro adds thoughtfully, recalling his limited encounters with their fellows, and then with a nod, he looks back at Naruto and says, Who are you taking? Frontliners will be Kyoto, Kiba, Omoi. Naruto began earning nods from those called before he continued. Mid-range will be myself and Shikamaru. A sigh of troublesome was noted from the Naro but not acknowledged as Naruto finished with. Rear line will be Tenten and Shizuka. The two kunoichi glared at one another when called, but Naruto's attention was drawn to Hana, who raised her hand before asking. What about medical support? As much as he wants to just say they'll be fine, she is right, never assume anything. After deliberating for a few moments, taking into account their potential allies, Naruto nods, then looks directly at her and says, On the safe side, you'll accompany us too. She nods back with a smile, as he returns to sweep the gathering and announces. This is just our first step in this world. Officially, that is. So, Nightwing's time to represent. Hi, Lord Mitsukichi. Causing Naruto to faceplant at that, clearly not expecting that call out, earning laughter from everyone else as he cries out. The hell, guys! Report 3: The New World. Japan, offshore of Tokushima. Naruto leads his team consisting of him, Kyoto, Kiba, Omoi, Shikamaru, Hana, Tenten and Shizuka. They departed at first light and had made good time in getting here to Japan. The cool air paired perfectly with the sunset. As they flew casually, in a loose formation, Naruto glances back at the woman assigned to act as their chaperone by Azazel himself. Her name is Kalawarna. She was a tall, busty woman with brown eyes and long dark blue hair that normally covers her right side. According to Ino, she's an arrogant, no-nonsense type that naturally looks down on those lesser than her and a rather manipulative cynic. In regard to her position, she only has a single set of wings, and ever since the briefing, she has tried to come off as dutiful yet intelligent. Probably has something to do with the fact that the faction's leadership were speaking to them as equals, but with a degree of respect, layered with a hint of familiarity that suggested a long-term, mutual friendship. Shikamaru, Ino and Shizuka came up with this idea with Shemhazai and Azazel. The rumors had already began circling the lower ranks due to it. From what Hana overheard in the female toilets, the rumors had reignited the older ones from 6 months ago about the Grigori having a Special Forces ghost unit. Confirmation of them along with a basic description of Naruto, his similarity with Azazel also came up, but also how he's a 10-winged. When he heard this, Naruto decided to go with it, and the others agreed that a new cadre wouldn't be groundbreaking. It was also far more acceptable for the other factions to deal with and not freak them out. All it took was 5 minutes with his sealing brush and his power was reduced to 10 wings. Unlocking the rest was easy to do, A slight flicker in his chakra will unlock the rest of it, but this also meant that Azazel is back being the de facto leader, much to his annoyance and Naruto's grin. Even now, as he cruises along with his 10 wings, Naruto finds himself chuckling lightly at the face of despair on the old coot's face. A snicker reaching his lips too. This was caught by Hana, earning her attention on him, which in turn was noticed by Calawarna, who herself was trying to understand the dynamics here. Thus far she has managed to figure out that these Nightwings, as they've been addressed as, are some kind of top secret, elite forces of the Grigori, just as the rumors floating around have suggested. When she was called before Azazel, she was able to witness the familiarity in which they spoke with one another. That is also when she was able to confirm that these guys have specialized, purpose-built equipment for them alone. A gray flak jacket atop black form-fitting, full-body undersuit with mesh armor, gold-lined black cargo trousers and golden-laced combat boots. They had matte gold metal plates with the Grigori insignia on their upper left shoulders and on the back of their fingerless gloves. Clearly they were far more protected than she herself was, and their wings don't even look like they caught on those armored jackets they have either. No doubt they are protected by all sorts of top-secret runes and the like, with training to match it too. It is hardly surprising that they've become the most sought-after group within the Grigori. Idly, Calawarna ponders what it would take to get into this specialist unit. It clearly isn't just a male-centric operation, as they are split 50-50 between male and female. Looking over the formation as it continued its descent, she studies the leader of this squad. Naruto. 10 wings with blonde hair and black bangs, a perfect inverse of Azazel, with blue slit eyes. A heartthrob with a gentle smile, a no doubt perfect body and powerful too. But his aura is so warm and comfortable. No wonder half the squad is swooning over him. Shikamaru. 8 wings with black hair and a spiky ponytail, stern features locked in a perpetually bored expression, and so clearly the second in command. He looks like he wants to be anywhere but here. Omu, she thinks his name is. The other 8-winged. Short white hair and clearly not wanting to be here, if his bored face is anything to go by. The others all have 6 wings, and to be honest, even by fallen standards, these females are clearly a completely different breed. No, she Calawarna is definitely not envious. That being said, if she can get in with Cadre Naruto, she might be able to get away and safe away from that nutcase Cadre Kokabul. Her plan is set. Get into his good graces and maybe his bed while she's at it. Kyoto, Yukai City. The Nightwings arrive at the city perimeter, as instructed, and on time to meet with the Tengu guards. These guards escort them into the city. None of the shinobi expected the swift admittance to the Imperial Palace, being shunted into the throne room, and standing before the woman of the hour. Yasaka no Yoko, leader of the Yukai dynasty, but most importantly, a Kyuubi. Naruto was standing at the front, Shikamaru on his right, and Omoa on his left. The rest with them were at their backs in an orderly manner, following as Naruto bowed his head, fist on the floor. It took a few moments before their host finally spoke up, unsure who exactly she was dealing with. Welcome, fallen angels. My name is Yasaka no Yoko, leader of the Yukai Kyoto faction. Obviously, the blonde-haired Kyuubi had noticed the different uniforms of these fallen compared to the common variety, that one blue-haired one among them for instance, and she really hoped it meant something as she listened to the 10-winged one to speak. Thank you for the welcome, Lady Yasaka. My name is Naruto, leader of the Nightwings, the Special Operations Force of the Grigori. This was a surprise to the room, clearly, as the hitched breaths were heard and Naruto lifted his head before continuing. Governor General Azazel is most displeased with the current affairs regarding our worsening relations. As such, he has deemed it necessary to bring us out in the open to assuage any of your concerns to facilitate a peaceful future between us. With their faces still out of full view, Omoi and Shikamaru smirked. Naruto's penchant for pranks, when properly channeled, made for an interesting mind game to try figure out the end goal. First, by dropping Azazel's name directly, and claiming he was ordered to smooth things over, make anything they do reflect on him and the fact he solely has control of this subsection. Secondly, by saying they are being brought into the open suggests that they have been operating far longer than they have previously. This creates an air of mystery of just how long have they been hidden, and forcing them to guess based on their wing numbers, which typically denotes age and power, as angels typically gain them both ways. Thirdly, by saying they have full authority to handle anything they require basically hands the keys, thus responsibility and trust, in the hands of the Yukai faction, absolving them all of responsibility. Finally, the fact that he finished with peaceful future indicates they, the Nightwings, are here specifically to help and protect the people regardless of who they go up against. So are free to order around as they see fit. Both intellectuals can't help but be impressed as they listen to the reply. Yasaka's face did not even twitch or shift as she nodded her acceptance at this announcement, though internally she was wondering why no one has ever heard of these clearly powerful fallen that have only now been called upon by the Grigori. No, by Azazel. These Nightwings are clearly far more disciplined and are more like soldiers than the miscreants that make up the bulk of the Grigori. A far better cry than before. So she eventually replied. Then I welcome you to our domain, Cadre Naruto, leader of the Nightwings. At current, we have an issue regarding a group of your fellow fallen hiding out in one of the churches abandoned on the edge of the city. You want them captured or eliminated? Naruto asked swiftly and without hesitation. This was a surprise for the Yukai, not that Yasaka would show that, and so the Kyuubi thought on it for a moment, unaccustomed to such choices when dealing with the fallen faction. After a moment, she ordered. I want them all eliminated. They have harmed my own, they deserve nothing better. We shall present their heads. Naruto replied calmly and again, without hesitation once more. The Kyuubi nodded once, before ordering again. You are dismissed. Report back when your mission is completed. At once. Naruto responds as they all stand as one and move out at once, but just as they reach the door, Yasaka called out again. Oh, and Cadre. Glancing back, Naruto inclined his head and she continued. Good luck. He nodded wordlessly before heading out, and the Yukai watched the door shut behind them before the woman smirked coldly as she whispered. I like them. A far better batch than the regular Grigori brigands. Are you sure we can trust them, Lady Yasaka? Tialara asks, a Tengu attendant standing off to the nine-tailed fox's side. Said Kitsune, however, waved her off and replied calmly. Relax, Tialara. I shall monitor them from here. If they do indeed wipe them out and return here, then great. If they don't, we just cut them down upon their return. Earning nods from the guards in the room as their leader leans back in her throne and began to focus on her senses, unaware she was about to discover exactly why the Nightwings are special and set apart from the regular Grigori and fallen alike. Kyoto, Imperial Palace front gate. Naruto turned back to his forces, smirking as he states. Alright guys, it's time for our mission. We'll do this like any other mission, keep it low-key and... We'll do it old school. Shikamaru cut in and everyone nods in agreement with Shizuka asking. Are we still following the original formation? No need to change it. Kiba shrugged and Omwa nodded before adding. Shouldn't be too much of an issue really, it's just a repeat of normal. He's right. Tenten reports with a nod and the others then looked to Kalawarna, who had raised her hand to ask. What about me? All eyes then shifted to Naruto, who looked to Shikamaru. After a moment they both shrugged, Shikamaru turning to her and informing. Stick with me in the middle line of the formation. Kyoto, outskirts. In an area devoid of life, the shadows flickered, and were far more menacing than previously believed possible. At the lead was Kiba, who led the shadows towards a cathedral near the center of the deserted area, and the foes within remained ignorant of the impending doom. The cathedral was pretty stereotypical of a structure, with 4 towers at each corners, and stained glass windows, however most were shattered. The white chalk bricks had seen better days, covered in moss and climbing vines. The bell tower had broken off, all religious symbols missing, with the faintest scent of blood lacing the air. All the shinobi scan the area seamlessly, with the 2 Inuzuka sharing looks to confirm the situation before looking back at the pack leader, who nods in agreement. Naruto glances to his 2 sharpshooters and inclining towards them. Wordlessly both Tenten and Shizuka abruptly vanished into a swirl of leaves and water respectively. Omoy steps to the edge, beside the crouching Kiba, and pulls out his straight-bladed katana alongside Kyoto as the Inuzuka stands before they two vanished in formless body flickers. Shikamaru then joined Naruto before they both looked to Kalawarna, who had been gawking at the sight of the other seemingly vanishing without a trace, and so abruptly. It was the Nara who spoke. "Kalawarna-san?" Snapping the blue net out of her shock and forcing her gaze to meet his as he speaks. "Stay here and do not move from this rooftop. Got it?" Kalawarna nodded just as Naruto stiffened up, caught by the Nara but not their chaperone, but thankfully the cadre acting fallen known as the Kage announced slowly. "We are being watched. Visual?" "Nah." Naruto waved off as they stepped toward the edge, his friend at his side before both too abruptly vanishing and appearing in the shadows beside Omoy, which told the others' mission was a go. As if nothing but myths of the night, the shinobi all slipped into the darkness of the occupied cathedral, and those with heightened senses of smell immediately caught the stench of blood and decay. But as they cleared the nave, Hana was the first to detect the sexual pheromones coming from the side chapel. Pausing for a moment to try peer in from her place on the opposite side, before the wider transept, Hana could see three within, though there was magic in use preventing her from hearing. She flashed hand signs to the team opposite. 3 persons, no sound, assault in progress. Olmo nodded, glancing back at Shikamaru, who raised his hand into a rat hand sign, and all watched as his shadow seeped between the low-grade magic barrier, as he had practiced doing, and slithered towards the target. When his eyes opened, he flashed signs. 5 captured. 3 male. 2 female. He then tapped Olmo on his shoulder, and the swordsman silently placed the seal just handed to him by the Nara. The barrier flickered out immediately, allowing the white-haired shinobi swordsman to push the door open just as silently as a ghost might walk. As he does, Naruto, who was at the back of the 3-man stack, got a good whiff of what Hana had picked up previously. Good thing they were ordered to eliminate them. Doubt any of them wanted to keep them alive at this rate. They may both be fallen, but they are certainly no comrades of theirs. Within the room, Omoy glances around at the clearly 3 cocooned men, gift-wrapped in shadows and paralyzed with a frown on his face. But that is for later, as he keeps his distance from the near catatonic women on the bed. Even from here he can tell they are in bad shape and fearful. Like of him. He nods to them before turning his back and signing again. Hana appears in the open doorway, already pulling out her bag of medical supplies, and rushes over to see what she can do for these 2 women. Might have to call in Ino if things are too far along. While Olmo and Hana deal with that, the rest move forward and split up to get to the transept chapels, but they all pause when a 6-winged woman entered from the side Naruto and Shikamaru were on. They listened as she complained. "What the fuck are those motherfuckers doing, huh? I thought I told them." She suddenly found her body seized up and unresponsive. Just as she was about to panic, Naruto steps out before her with a face of her death, 10 wings out on display, and the fear in this woman's eyes was palpable. He asks her lowly, "How many more of your crew is here?" Suddenly finding her voice, the woman answered the cadre swiftly. 8 Lord Cadre. We did not know you would." The point. Naruto snipped before commenting. "Though, by the order of Azazel and Lady Asaka." His light sword slowly materialized in hand, forming from the handle up, and now this 6-winged woman realized she may have chosen the wrong side. In an effort to save her skin, she blurted out, "Wait, please, I have information." The sword stopped just shy of her neck. She could feel the heat burning her skin, but opened her eyes, and still the cold gold-blue eyes glared at her as he said, "Information? Explain now." "Your fellow cadre Kokobile, he was the one who ordered us to subjugate the people here and even gave us a list and everything. Now that was a problem. As much as he knows he should just end her, Anko and Ino could probably loosen her tongue a bit more and yield better results. He only has basic information on the cadre within the Fallen, surface level at best, but Kokobile's name was mentioned as a troublemaker. Azazel and Benamian were both firm in their warning of his likely attempt to assume control over the Night Wings, should he catch wind of them, and was one of the benefits of hiding them in that training dimension." Letting out a tight breath, Naruto whispered as he folds in his wings. You have a lot to answer for, and you will need to plead your case to the Yukai leader. Understood? The woman nodded frantically, her greasy black hair flowing everywhere, but before she could verbalize anything her world went black. Naruto placed the prisoner storage seal back into his equipment pouch, looking back when he hears the glass shattering and the frantic flapping of wings. Chuckling, the predictable thud of a body hitting floor came shortly afterwards. Turning to the door at the end, Naruto moved swiftly, and just as he and Shikamaru stack up, there was the sound of cracking glass, then a thud from inside. Both suspected what it was but played it safe and parted the door slowly and silently, peering in to find that yes, the woman inside had been hit in the neck with a clean saban throw from the closed window. Sighing, Naruto muttered, Damn Tenten, who gave her access to neurotoxins? Shikamaru glances at him and asks slowly, You can tell? Its smell is rather potent. Naruto informs with a slight frown. After a moment, he shrugged and finished. Doesn't matter either way. Mission's done. We should report back. This is going to be troublesome, isn't it? Shikamaru drawls as he picks up the woman's body and places it on the sealing scroll he had laid out. As it puffs away, sealed for disposal later, Naruto answers him. Without a doubt. Though I gotta convince them to grant us permission to set up shop here and allow us to keep our captive. The Nara stands and flicks him his scroll that he caught. Shikamaru asks. She does seem to have some info on the troublemaker. Might have to play that chakra card. Naruto nodded as they departed the small side chapel, heading to meet back in the chapel's bay before replying with a tight face. Yeah, maybe. Though I suspect it might be a bit too late for that. This gained the attention of the just-arrived Tenten and Shizuka, breaking their stare down, along with the awaiting team as a whole, with Shikamaru asking, How so? Naruto looked at Omoi, who was carrying the now sleeping victim in arm, before back at the group as a whole and announced. Well, just as we were moving into position, I sensed a wave of nature chakra sweep over our position. Realization hit them all at that revelation and eyes grew hard on them all, so Naruto nods and explains his theory. I suspect that Yasaka may have seen through our seal-based disguises. To what level? I don't know. What about her? Oma looking down to the woman in arm, gaining everyone's eyes on him as he continued. Surely they knew she was here, right? Why didn't they tell us? A test, maybe? Tenten offered thoughtfully. Kiba folded his arms across his chest, then grunted with a frown as he replied. Really? Why ask for us then? They likely had expected regular fallen. Shizuka commented carefully before meeting the gaze of their leader. Not the equivalent of special forces. They didn't even know we existed until we got here. Earning nods from the others, so Naruto looked to Hana and asks, Is she mobile? Gesturing to the woman in Oma's arms, Princess Carrie, and the medic of the squad nodded firmly, stating, I've put her in a forced sleep. She should awaken in a few hours, but I am more worried about her mental state of mind. The other one is a fallen, but I sealed her up in a medical scroll to deal with later. For her, though, might have to call in Yamanaka. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. Shikamaru frowned at how Hana addressed his friend but remained silent for now. The blondest present finally replied, I will mention it, depending on how negotiations progress, and offer our services if they call us out on our chakra, like I believe they will. Hana offered a stiff nod, her medical training demanding her to push the importance of her treatment plan, but her duty to her pack leader stayed her tongue. He had made the decision, and that was final. So, pick up our babysitter and fly back? Kyoto questioned, earning a nod from Naruto, and so she twirls on her heels, everyone following after her. Just as they reached the exit, they all felt eyes on them from behind, causing them all to pause and glance back to see one of their, what has been explained to them previously, white-winged cousins, in the form of a cadre-level pure angel. Neither side said anything and just observed one another, as this was a first for both sides. On the Nightwing side of things, this was the first time they had seen their pure counterparts. On the Angel side, this was the first time Fallen had acted so disciplined and compassionate towards an innocent. going so far as to treat the wounded with unfamiliar magic to the heavens and discuss further treatment for the benefit of the patient at their own detriment no less. Not wanting another possible fight, Naruto looked forward and pretended not to see them, which prompted the others to follow suit. This angel watched as they left and did not stop them, but was most definitely intrigued by this group. They returned to the heavens to report on this anomaly and perhaps even offer to monitor their movements. Something about them was slightly off and required further investigations. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. The Nightwing's swift return, carrying that injured Yukai no less, caused a minor stir, and even more so when they refused to hand her over to the guards. More than a little tension until Tialara was sent personally to retrieve them from the gate on behalf of Lady Isaka. The Tengu then guided them directly to the throne room, though her discreet glances back at them was missed by none of the shinobi. Calawarna, however, was still slightly unnerved at what she had witnessed. Or rather, what she had sensed. Well, actually, it was more accurate to say what she didn't. From the moment they arrived at the cathedral, the blue-haired fallen had her senses open, and when the Nightwings began to vanish, she stopped sensing them completely. Despite her best efforts. Those same efforts, though, managed to give her a fuzzy image of the inside of the building and caught the moment each of the fallen within died. All were sudden. There was only one minor incident where the target fled, but that signature too fell off abruptly. She didn't hear, see, or sense anything but the signatures vanishing one after the other. Only the arrival of a pure angel after everything, then the 8 coming out the front door. Only after they returned to her did she start sensing them again. It was scary. Just as the Grigori fallen came to that conclusion did the group reach then enter the throne room. Kyoto, Imperial Throne Room. Tialara led the Nightwings into the room holding Isaka's throne. The room was highly decorative, like the rest of the Imperial Palace, dominated with soft yellows and vibrant reds. Crimson wooden supports with golden coverings over the joints and paper lanterns offering plenty of ambient lighting by diffusing the no doubt mystical orange flames within. The flooring is a mixture of traditional and modern conveniences with a pathway of golden-grained white marble that is flanked by slightly elevated tatami mats. That way, the boots of outsiders won't damage said mats, but the natives will still be able to sit comfortably in court sessions and the like. Reaching the center platform before the Kyuubi's elevated position, even when standing the group has to look up to meet her gaze. The 4 red post seat had the traditional curtains but don't look like they're in use currently. Or maybe Isaka felt like honoring them. Who's to say? Coming to a stop again, the Nightwings all take a knee, Calawarna a fraction of a second later, unfamiliar with showing this level of respect to anyone, and Naruto speaking for them all. Lady Isaka, we have completed the assignment you have given us. Isaka had remained stoic ever since they entered her throne room, despite what she had since discovered via her senjutsu to observe them, but now, with them so close, she can truly see what she hadn't noticed before. They had some kind of barrier on them all that prevents sensing too deeply, allowing all to perceive them as mere fallen angels. Powerful fallen to be sure, but deep beneath that they had something she had not anticipated. Something only her own were supposed to wield, yet now, she can sense that it is not the same as her own. It was far denser, controlled, and each one had a uniqueness to it. Even the 2 with facial markings of some kind. If Isaka had to guess, they were siblings based on what she knew at current, as they both had a rather wild feeling in their chakra. But the male was far more chaotic than his sister, who was wild but nurturing at the same time. Then there's the white-haired teen, still holding one of the kidnapped, his chakra as energetic and sharp. Reminds the kitsune of lightning. But the most curious 2 were defiantly their leader and the black, spiked ponytailed member. The latter's felt dark and clingy, like it was trying to reach out and grab hold of you. It was not a pleasant feeling being held still, but it was also perfectly orderly and well organized. A rather complex feeling. Then there was their leader. The cadre Naruto. His chakra pools, now that she can sense them far more clearly, are nothing to scoff at. Although she has more by a very healthy margin, his is far denser and yet perfectly controlled. But what has her concerned was not the amount he had but the sense of familiarity that it gives off. Isaka was sure she has never met this man before in her entire life yet, The feeling his chakra was giving off the longer she was sensing it was warm, fluffy, yellow and felt like kitsune. Her eyes widened upon that revelation yet still caught his stiffening. It was minutely, barely even considered a muscle spasm, but the ripple shift within the chakra she was still sensing through told of it. Abruptly, the guards around the room draw swords, halberds, and shields as they take up offensive stances, but none of the Nightwings looked bothered. Calawarna, however, was starting to panic slightly, and the only thing holding her back from acting was the side glance from Kyoto at her side. Seeing her guards react and guests not caused Isaka to raise a hand, freezing her guards in place as she addressed the cadre directly. Cadre Naruto, I believe you have not been entirely truthful with me during our earlier conversation. Care to explain this action? I have not lied to you, Lady Isaka. Naruto reports promptly that only got him a blast of killing intent from the Kyuubi. Isaka spoke lowly, through clenched teeth. You claim to be fallen, yet you have chakra with a kitsune signature. Gasps from the few kitsune in attendance, more than a few tensing and preparing to strike, but again, Naruto was calm in his reply. We are fallen, Lady Isaka. You have seen our wings. Then let me rephrase my earlier statement. Isaka growls as he was right. They are fallen as they have seen their various wings, so technically they did not lie to her by claiming to be fallen or night wings or whatever. She asks. Why is it that all but that blue-haired woman has chakra? The room was tense, and the Yukai looked ready to kill if the wrong answer was given, but the shinobi were not worried in the slightest, but rather, Naruto just took a deep breath before lifting his face to meet the Kyuubi directly. As much as I would like to answer that, Lady Isaka, it is still classed as a highly classified matter that none beyond my group and the governor are aware of. She was about to raise her hand to order their execution. They will study their bodies for the answers. But Naruto's raised hand halted her, and he continued. However, the reason is tied to why Azazel-san has assigned us to overwatch this sector of the world. Why myself and my group are seeking an alliance with the Yukai specifically. He takes a short breath, knowing that all were listening to him intently before he added. I do wish to tell you, many of my people wish to be able to come here and see yours for themselves. However, such a number would likely put yours on edge. Your request came at an opportune time and gave us a chance to maybe reach out. He bowed at the waist and finished with, I know you have questions and have no reason to trust us. But please, as one leader to another, just wait a little bit, and if we can find common ground for an official alliance between us, we can explain everything. No one moved for a moment. This allowed the Yukai present to all process this in its entirety. Sure, this man is one of the fallen, a race that has caused them countless headaches and killed even more of their fellows, but none could deny the amount of emotion in that plea. It was raw and unfiltered. None knew this better than Isaka, who had all of her senses tuned on this man before her. His chakra tells the same story as his words, thus he was not lying, and so she pondered the words themselves. Something that is only known by these people of his group. The reason why they have distinguished themselves apart from the Grigori is due to this secret. How many are there? Do they all have chakra too? Is this a secret connection to her people? So many questions and not a single answer to them, with only these people before her knowing them. To accept this plea and stand aside, or to cut them down to examine their corpses? But if they have more, if any are anywhere near as powerful as this cadre, then they will certainly invite a new enemy far more dangerous than even the four great Satans. Can she trust them? Taking a deep breath, that was heard by all due to the silent tension of the room, Isaka finally spoke. This alliance. Is it with you and your group, or with the fallen faction as a whole? Naruto returned upright and began. Azazel understands that we have a poor reputation with you as a faction. Upon her nod, he continued. So, for now, we as the Nightwings are to be the go-between both parties. If you have any issues you wish to bring to Azazel's attention, or problems with other fallen, you can ask us directly, and we shall take care of it. Is that all? Well, Naruto sighed lightly, just enough to be noticed by the Kyuubi before him, adding, as I have said before, we would like to buy a compound to headquarters out of here in your territory, if possible. Many narrowed their eyes on the group as a whole. Yasaka though did recall that, and was mulling it over as if an afterthought before asking in a similarly distracted manner. For how many people, and why do you want to live here among us? How much do you trust your people in this room? Naruto questioned with a stern look upon his visage as he met the golden slit eyes of the Kyuubi directly with his own blue slit ones, which Yasaka had only now just noticed along with the flecks of gold within the center. None dared speak whilst the Kyuubi contemplating whether or not to trust her fellow leader. It took a moment before Yasaka nodded then ordered. Leave us! But my lady! Tialara and her guards stay. The rest of you out. Yasaka presses, but seeing their hesitancy, Naruto decided to act by calling out. Omoi and Hana stay. Shika has command. Got it. Shikamaru replied, standing with the others, then turning around, Kyoto pulling along Kalawarna, and head towards the exit. Seeing this, Yasaka's guards all followed them out while the Kyuubi herself nodded her thanks for cooperating at the man before her. The meeting. Once the room was cleared of the unrequired, Yasaka looks to Naruto expectantly, and he sighs before talking. Just to clarify, nothing said from here on out will leave this room, correct? You are a rather paranoid man. Yasaka replied with no little amount of amusement, but upon seeing the three very serious fallen returning the look, that amusement fell off pretty sharply and she nodded, adding, It will not be repeated. Tialara and her 6 fellow Tengu all nodded to this too. If their lady demands it, then so be it. Naruto nodded back at them all before the yokai all sensed his chakra flickering slightly as he spoke. Then, it is time to be a bit more frank with you all. This obviously had an effect on increasing suspicions upon the group, though when Omoi, still holding the woman they saved, and Hana both took steps back, curiosity piqued. Firstly, I have deceived you, Naruto informed just when all his wings erupted from his back, all 12 of them, as he clarified. I am not a cadre class fallen but rather a seraphim class 1. Slack jaws from the yokai, but Yasaka jumped up to her feet with a glare at him before hissing. Why the deception? Because of that. Omo spoke flatly, earning nods from the other 2 Nightwings, causing the yokai to all pause. Hana then added with arms folded. How do you think everyone else would react to the news of a second 12-winged fallen was around? Yasaka took a breath to calm herself and think about it logically. It made sense why they hid it like that, and now they were trusting her to keep this secret too. Then another thought came to mind. This Seraphim-level fallen is requesting an alliance with her on behalf of his group. A fallen on the same level as Azazel, one that is far more powerful if her senses are accurate, with chakra alongside the light magic. Not only that, if they do enter an alliance, she will have a Seraphim-level fallen under her command, effectively. This is actually an exciting prospect. Now significantly calmer, Yasaka returned to her seat and thought on it for a few moments more before nodding again. Naruto returned with an inclination of his own before continuing. Secondly, I have 70 people under my care that I wish to move here and securely away from the rest of the Grigori. It should be obvious to you now as to why we wish that. Yasaka nodded before saying, We all have chakra. Exactly. Naruto nodded along with his 2 subordinates, so he continued. Hiding our fallen status is a lot easier than hiding our chakra. Even more so if we are surrounded by other chakra wielders. Tialara and Yasaka nodded to that, so he did not stop. Thirdly, Azazel and I are working to restructure and correct the issues within the fallen faction, which is why we wish to separate ourselves from them. This time, as Naruto was talking, Omoi had placed the woman down, and Hana had began to run diagnostics using chakra, which naturally drew the yokai's attention. Naruto had to clear his throat to get the attention again, Yasaka replying. I see. So, you will be here for safety and security. What do we get out of this deal? A slice of all acquired revenue above a certain threshold. Naruto began, earning nods from all around, so he continued. Access to our chakra techniques like the medical one in use behind me. That piqued their attention clearly, and so Naruto added. Chakra training that I hope both parties can exchange. I am sure we can come to an arrangement. Yasaka says carefully, and Naruto smiled before continuing. Finally, you will be getting the truth. None missed the nearly imperceptible flinch from the other two when he said the truth and were now even more curious about what it was. It took a good few minutes for Yasaka to contemplate everything, weighing the pros and cons to this whole situation. While she also idly listened to the trio converse about the state of their rescue target, which drew over Tialara, who was then briefed on her current state. Ultimately, having a powerful seraphim under her command, indebted to her for housing his group, had won out, and so when she cleared her throat, all three fallen angels looked to her as she announced, "I, Yasaka no Yoko, hereby declare that you are welcome to settle here in my territory. Though I will expect you to come to its defense, pay your taxes, and follow all our rules and laws as appropriate." Together, Naruto, Olmoy, and Hana stood and bowed before the Kyuubi, speaking in unison. "We thank you, Lady Yasaka." Grigori Headquarters, Training Dimension. A week later. The last week couldn't have dragged on longer if time had stopped for Naruto. Despite Yasaka giving them her blessing to live within the Yukai district, her people were a little less enthused about their presence, and demanded answers that she was unwilling to part with. There were numerous council meetings he had to attend, as a guest of the state, and act all proper and respectful to arrogant assholes for hours at a time. Should have taken Ko or Summers to handle it. As Hyugas, they are trained for that kind of stuff. Probably would have gotten a few quips in while they were at it. After that was all squared away and the compound location was mentioned, both the Tengu and Kitsune offered places within or beside their own compounds. This then turned into a whole debacle, as if those two clans were interested, then the others wanted to know too, thus offered neighboring lots to their own. Yasaka thus ordered the fallen compound to be placed on the edge of the Kitsune grounds, with plenty of space into the neighboring empty territory. Thanks to Azazel's very, very deep pockets, that neighboring area was secured, though it was very clearly marked up several times. When Shikamaru mentioned it to Yasaka in one of their meetings, she nearly had a heart attack at the outrageous cost and was ready to storm the council. Tialara too, until they saw the matching glints in the eyes of him, Naruto, Olmoy, and Kiba. Long story short, they ended up busting a half-dozen embezzlement cases and 3 tax-evading counselors, with the coup de grace of busting a trafficking ring. It was safe to say that the council left the Nightwings alone after that, but Azazel had busted a gut at the report he'd just gotten. Something about only going for a treaty talk and somehow coming back heroes of the people. Sighing hard atop his perch in the large weeping willow in the center of the lake, Naruto watches the final sunset within the training dimension they had spent so much time in. Behind him on shore, their established campground has already largely been cleared away with the utmost efficiency gained throughout the war. Normally he'd be helping after finishing his tent and supplies, but the others told him to go relax or something, whatever that means. Abruptly, a familiar weight touches down elegantly at his side and sighs before speaking. "You know you aren't that stealthy, Ino," says the guy who hasn't even kissed his girlfriend since he's come back. Ino replied haughtily, dropping to sit down at his side before listening to his rebuttal. "Oh, but I did." She glared at him for that, meeting his cheeky grin for a long moment before she turned on the sniffling. Sighing again, Naruto pulled her into a one-armed hug and then kissed a solid 10 seconds, tongue battle and all. When he pulled back, he whispered, "Better." But instead of answering, she just lunged forward and another tongue battle took place, which successfully ended the melancholic air around Naruto, and Ino was satisfied by this. When they parted, the Yamanaka giggled at the stupefied look upon his face and winked while claiming, "That is far better." She then looks forward at the sunset too, enjoying the warmth of Naruto's body too, his arm around her waist and holding her tightly. This would later become their thing, to watch the sunset together if nothing else. "So, what had you in that strange mood, huh?" Ino asks as the simulated sun finally descended and the two were now walking back across the lake. Naruto sighed, as his grip on their interlocked fingers tightened slightly while replying, "Well, we are heading out into the real world, and in all honesty," he looks to her with some concern, "we are basically handing ourselves to a foreign power." Ino thought on that, eyes lifting up to the sky, and it was rather adorable in Naruto's honest opinion that is clearly unbiased. Just as they reached the shore, she shrugged and stated, Does it matter if we are all safe and well? I mean, we have to find somewhere to call home again, right? Why not with them? Naruto thought on it for a moment. True, they'll be at the mercy of the Ukai faction, but they will be under their protection too, so it won't be too bad and somewhat manageable. After a few moments, he nodded with a tight expression. I guess. This might be what we need to ground us. Ino nodded at that just as they reached the campsite where everyone was gathered and smiling back at him. Before he could say anything, they all cheer and bring out the food and drinks. Nothing too heavy, but a clear celebration. After the applause died down, Cheyenne appeared at his side and hugged him while whispering, "This is a thank you." Pulling back with a smile, Naruto nodded before they shared a dinner that created another pillar for the Night Wings as a united group. The Kage and his squad talked about what they observed about the Ukai they were about to meet. It settled down a lot of nerves. Japan, Tokushima airspace. Azazel was leading the entire squadron of Nightwings towards their soon-to-be headquarters under the new moon. He would normally just teleport from place to place, but this time they had to make a statement about the roles here. A silent agreement. Now that his faction had a second Seraphim, they had a lot more political power potentially, and his flawless record only adds to that fact. Using him to aid the Ukai will almost certainly gain them as allies moving forward, that goes without saying. And he knows he can leave this area to Naruto for now. The Nightwings will bolster their relations here while keeping their footprints low. Letting out a discreet sigh as he thought on that fact, Azazel recalls how that warmongering fool Kokubile came storming into his office a few days ago demanding answers. Apparently he had heard the rumors about a top-secret force of operatives. A group that were highly trained and acted like ghosts, with their own command structure that was spotted talking with him and the other cadres. For their part, his friends and cadres alike, the innocent card was played, and he even added that they were just rumors he had been spreading among the supernatural forces. That he didn't know that they had began to loop back around into their ranks already. Under no circumstances could that madman be allowed anywhere near these shinobi. He'd end up either with a new terrorist group or one less cadre. Depends on how things work out, but he still has a use for Kokubile. Looking back at the formation, Azazel is impressed at how rigid it appeared with Naruto on his direct left, acting as one of his cadres with 10 wings out. Kuratsuchi on his left, an actual cadre level fallen. That was another thing, that woman had been coming out of her shell recently and joined the other cadre reporting into him. Maybe she's decided to act in that capacity for the Nightwings, a liaison between the service and the Grigori as a whole. On his right was Barakiel, as stern as always with his 10 wings out in perfect formation. Just beyond him was Benamion, surprisingly, and she too was just as serious. Though, glancing back at the trailing formation, the other Nightwings were all just as quiet and rigid. Azazel really hopes this works out. Kyoto, edge of Kitsune grounds. Yasaka was pacing left then right in front of the accommodations Naruto and his squad had set up for their group, with aid from both the Kitsune and Tengu clans. The facility would be considered bare bones for most, but apparently it was enough for them to start with. She wasn't alone, as Tialara too was there with her, along with the current head of the Kitsune clan, Saimwika. An elegant, white-furred 8-tailed vixen, with a body similar in size to her leader but more tame. Her words. Her white hair was like an avalanche down her back, thick and wavy, paired with her alabaster skin made her seem almost ethereal. She leads the Kitsune clan in Yasaka's place as the Kyuubi is the leader of the faction as a whole, and thus lacks time to spare for their own. Sei felt like she had to speak to try calm her leader down. Saka-chan, you are being rather paranoid right now. What are you fretting over? Yasaka turned on her old friend, scowling as she snipped back. Paranoid? I am not paranoid. She then huffed, arms crossed before fixing her friend with a sharp look. This is all meant to be kept on the down low. Think about it, Sei-chan. A group of chakra-wielding fallen. Don't tell me that you do not find that more than a little bit of an anomaly? Nodding to the question, as if a princess, Sei replied softly. It is, as you say, an anomaly. However, from what you have told me in our talks, they will explain everything to you upon their arrival, yes? Upon Yasaka's nod, Sei continued. So why fret? We have come this far. All that is left to do is await. This is when they detected the slight flicker of chakra that vanished just as abruptly, causing all the yokai present to glance into that direction it came from. It was a very precise, targeted chakra pulse, so only those near the location could detect it. Naturally, they all did. This was a first for Sai, sensing the sheer density of the chakra and a sense of familiarity among it. Due to this, her cheeks gained a healthy crimson dusting as she muttered, Oh my! What dense chakra! Yasaka's glare at her friend told the others what she thought on that comment, but nothing beyond that, as they all spotted the approaching group of angels. Were it not for them knowing where to look and their enhanced senses strained to the limit, they probably would have missed them. Mouths fell ajar at the sight of the Governor-General Azazel himself, leading with 4 cadres at his side, and the larger group, but Yasaka had been expecting them, so was less so. Azazel descended towards the awaiting group, Naruto and Barakiel at his side, while Kuratsuchi and Benamian led the others to landing in the prepared area to begin settling down. The moment the governor landed before Yasaka, his 2 cadre at his back, he offered a hand and spoke. Thank you for giving our Nightwings this chance, Lady Yasaka. Stepping forward, with all the regality one could possibly have, Yasaka nodded sharply before shaking the offered hand and saying, They have proven themselves worthy of it. If only the rest of your forces were so dedicated. As the hands were released, Azazel sighed as he scratched the back of his head while offering. Yeah, well, we are working on that. It is still early days, Lady Yasaka, Barakiel informed stoically, before sighing tightly and continuing. Though I doubt we could match their professionalism completely, you can rest assured we are working to bring our lower forces into line. Yasaka inclined her head to the man before looking to the secret seraphim, currently disguised as a cadre, and asks, Naruto-san, care to join us for breakfast within the Kitsune clan house? Remaining unnecessarily stoic, Naruto offered a stiff nod and replied, If that is what you wish, I will be glad to. Though, I will have to bring my second-in-command too. Forgive my interjection. Sei suddenly speaking up, drawing all eyes to her, and upon the cadre's nod, she continued. Why not host us all for a breakfast meeting so we may be introduced to your people? It would be easier, no? Naruto thought on that only briefly before looking back to Yasaka and asking, If that is okay with you, Lady Yasaka? The Kyuubi nodded firmly, as that was indeed a better idea and less of an issue in regard to maintaining security. Thus, Yasaka agreed with, That would be fine. I trust that you will be joining us too, Tialara, and Azazel-san? The Tengu nodded, whilst Azazel shook his head before reporting, No, as I have to get back to keep up the ruse. However, I will be leaving Benamian here for a short time while they settle. She will be acting in my place and will report back to me directly. The yokai nodded in acceptance of that, allowing the leader of the fallen faction to turn on his cadre and saying, Naruto, I will leave things here to you. If you need anything, don't worry about it, old man. Naruto waved off, a portion of his actual personality cracking through, and Azazel had to resist his impulse to smack the kid in front of these hot babes. The blonder of the two continued, We'll get this done. If you get any priority missions in the sector. Azazel nodded before stepping back and spreading his wings, then saying, You'll be the first to know. Good luck. Upon Naruto's nod, he turns to Yasaka and stated, I trust him to look out for our joint interests, Lady Yasaka. Please do not hesitate to call upon him. Yasaka nodded, so Azazel added, Also, they are all valued members of the Grigori. The rest went unsaid but understood, so his fellow faction head matched his seriousness to the threat and responded in kind. Fret not, Governor-General Azazel. We shall not abuse this trust. With that all said and done, both Azazel and Barakiel, who offered Naruto a swift nod that was returned, took off and headed for home. The next morning, Yasaka and Sei arrived back at the Nightwing housing, meeting Tialara at the entrance alongside a pair of new characters and presumably their escorts. The first was a tall man, shoulder-length brown hair secured beneath a black bandana, and wore the standard full-length black undersuit beneath a gray flak jacket. Within his calm, disarming smile and a samban within his mouth, Genma Shirani was one of these people that were to meet their guests and hosts. The second was a young teenager, with long dark brown hair that reached midway down her back and had bangs that framed her stoic face. But what stood out about this girl, however, were her eyes. Large, pale white with a hint of lilac to them, and seemed to be able to hide their owner's intent completely. She wore a light yellow kimono with light violet painted textures, an orange obi with a black cord around, and tabi with sandals. Upon the approach of the three women, she turned to them and remained perfectly stoically formal in her address of them. "Welcome to our abode, Lady Yasaka." Before bowing towards the three, and the two vixens nod back before her fellow gate guard chuckled lightly. It was smooth, mirth-filled, and yet carefree as he offered, "Come on, Hanabi-chan. Don't be so stiff with our guests." Hanabi shot the old man a harsh glare, her response almost scathing. "Shiranui-san, we are meeting with our landlords. You ought to show proper etiquette and respect. A jonin like you should know this." Genma chuckled at the firecracker of a genin. Her glare made her adorable, and he could see why Naruto calls her little sister. Might consider it himself. Looking to the arrived guests, he offered casually, "Name's Genma Shiranui. Jonin, or rather, an 8-winged fallen. Pleasure to meet you three." Again, all three nodded and responded while Yasaka asked, "Pleasure. Is Naruto-san ready for us? Ni-san told me to greet you, yes? To guide you through our camp." Hanabi informed before glaring at the taller man again, before adding, "Shirani-san is just being nosy." Genma just shrugged casually while replying, kicking off the stone wall he had been leaning against. "Come now, Hanabi-chan. I thought you'd appreciate the company." Blankly, Hanabi turned back to their guests, not falling into such trivial bickering, and instructs, "Please follow me. Ni-san is this way. Kitsen grounds, Nightwing camp." Yasaka followed her young guide through the camp she had granted to the Nightwings to settle in. However, it has since turned into a bit of a construction site. Their senses were spiking from all the construction work being done by the various occupants. Why were their senses spiking? Each and every person helping in construction were using their unique version of chakra to cut, adjust, or shift the earth for the foundations or building support struts. Lift or secure materials, stick to non-horizontal surfaces, and even work upside down as if they were on the floor. For the Yukai, it was a very novel experience seeing this all, and got Yasaka especially excited and somewhat relieved that this gamble was turning out even better than what she had hoped. Learning even a fraction of these techniques would be enough to justify her decision in allowing them to settle here. The Kyubi was brought out of her musings by the arrival of two women, both blank-faced, and spoke with their guide. The one with dark hair asked, "This them, Hanabi?" "Yes, Kuratsuchi-san." Hanabi replied calmly with a nod before adding, "Ni-san has asked me to guide them." Kuratsuchi eyed the guests up whilst the blonde at her side asks the young Hyuga, "Have you seen that lazy ass this morning, Hanabi?" "Not since breakfast, Temari-san." Hanabi replied easily enough, getting a nod from the Suna Wind mistress, but both were drawn to Kuratsuchi, who stepped up and introduced herself to the Kitsun. "Name's Kuratsuchi. Earth Commander of the Nightwing Forces here." Confused at the terminology but going with it, Yasaka nodded and replied, "My name is Yasaka, leader of the faction and ruler of Kyoto." "A pleasure." Kuratsuchi just nodded when Temari stepped forward and explained, "Sorry for her blunt approach, Lady Yasaka. My name is Temari. Like Kuratsuchi here, I too am a commander, but of the Wind Company." That clued the Yukai in somewhat. The realization of this was easy to spot for the trained assassins, but they pretended not to as Yasaka replied, "Well met, Temari-san." The group then headed to the centralized building, a slightly larger rounded structure with only a single floor, and where they were holding this meeting. Leaning against the front of it was Shikamaru, flicking then burning up a used butt of a cigarette, who kicked off the gray bedrock stone wall saying, Slightly early. He isn't ready yet, you know." Before Temari could reprimand him for smoking again, The smell of freshly made bread and slow cooking meat blew over the gathering and stomachs rumbled. The yokai, completely unprepared for this delectable assault on their noses, snapped to the direction to find a bunch of people in an open-air kitchen with 2 boars over a large open fire pit and numerous clay ovens dotted around. Sei was the first one to lick her lips while commenting, "That smells delightfully delectable." Her fellows nodded in agreement before Hanabi responded, "That is Choji-san and his kitchen staff. They deal with our food inventory and general welfare." Kuratsuchi added, "Most his helpers are my subordinates too. Our earth techniques are surprisingly useful in the kitchen, apparently." They were all brought back to the situation when they heard a certain platinum blonde declare, "Look, we've been over this already. I can handle this. You're being so overbearing." All eyes looked through the open door and saw Naruto bent over inspecting something on the floor. His reply came out airily, "I am not doubting your skill, Ino-chan. I just want to make sure this does what it is supposed to do." "Arg, you're impossible." Ino huffed, stomping around to meet his front, and continuing, "We've gone over this like what?" A new voice, its origin just outside of their sight, interjected, "6 times, Ino-chan. But I understand his hesitation. We have no idea how this will react to them, and this was never meant to be used in this manner. Not you too, Chien-chan." Ino whined as she returned to her full height, arms folded tightly as she presumably stared back at her fellow blonde out of sight of those peering in. "I thought you were meant to side with me here. That's why I brought you here to help me convince him." Naruto then stood here, seemingly done inspecting whatever he was doing, and responded, "Enough, Ino-chan." Gaining her attention, and this is the first documented instance from outsiders of Ino standing down having received the look and accepting she may be going overboard. After a sigh, Naruto turned to the door and offered them a slight smile. "Our guests are here for breakfast. Good timing too, as we can let the ink dry in here." Breakfast table. Within the field attached to the open kitchen, at numerous stone tables and enough seating for everyone. Food was served for all and more than enough for any normal person, and the guests were treated to a small feast in comparison. They sat with the commanders and their kage. Yasaka, Sei and Tialara got to meet each and every member of the Nightwing's community as they passed the table. From the possibly psychotic Anko to the reserved Rimi Inuzuka. The 3 were unable to not gush over baby Mirai held within her mother Kurenai's arms. Her unique eyes naturally caught their attention, but none mentioned it, so they did not press either. Same with Hanabi, Ko, and Summers's pale, pupilless ones. Though, there was one person who did stick out, as none of the yokai could sense any chakra from her, and yet was treated the same as the others here. When she passed the table, she bowed profusely and announced, "Thank you again for saving me, Naruto-sama." Naruto smiled softly and waved her off as he replied, "You have thanked us enough, Ishiwari-chan. How is your therapy going?" Ishiwari was the fallen angel rescued during the mission in the cathedral, being taken advantage of by her superiors, as she only has a single set of wings and they all had 2 sets. As a fallen born from 2 former pure angels, who fell and love thus fell, she has no real sins of her own which their fellow fallen feel affronted by. Thus her treatment. However, here among the Nightwings she was not only rescued, but she is finding herself being able to relax a bit more. Especially after finding out they were reincarnated, and also bearing no sins like herself. Though, she also knows that they began to become far more like her with mentality, so isn't feeling left out either. Standing at 5'3" despite being in her mid-20s, her now silky black hair looks far better than before, as she has been able to take care of it, and Ino has been her rock star in supporting her. It stands out against her fair skin and bright blue eyes. Her innocence is called into question with her unfairly attractive body and facial features, perfect face and soft-looking lips. That being said, even she feels like a regular person among the shinobi, and even more so with the Nadeshiko trio, who have all but adopted her at this point, training her in their kunai throwing and sword skills. She has stuck with them as Ren is one of the few characters who could fend off Anko's abrupt groping ambushes, that she sometimes and randomly gets in the mood for. They aren't actually random, and only Kurenai knows when they are about to strike and for what reason. But she's been sworn to secrecy by Anko in exchange to being permanently excluded from her list. Though, it should be noted that during Anko's ambush moods, Kurenai can often be found near a certain blonde kage with an knowing smile. Ishiwari just nodded before glancing over at Ino, who was with the Nadeshiko trio, then back at Naruto before answering. Well, I believe. Have you received my request? Yet before Naruto could respond, Kuratsuchi did. I have it. Drawing eyes to the Earth Commander, who sips her tea for a moment before answering. I will bring it up with Azazel during the next meeting of the cadres. It should be fine though, so when we finish the barracks, just take a spare bunk. Ishiwari bowed profusely again in response and said, I thank you, Lady Kuratsuchi. Said cadre just grunted, waving it off and grumbling about not mentioning it again. Though Naruto smiled at the interaction and nodded, looking from Kuratsuchi to Ishiwari and saying, Go on and eat. I am sure Ren is waiting for you. Smiling lightly, Ishiwari nodded before offering another polite bow, then departing towards her new friends. The moment she was gone, Yasaka asked, She isn't like the rest of you. No, she's not. Naruto confirmed with a nod before taking up his cup of herbal tea before offering. She's a regular fallen. First generation though. First generation? Sei asks, but it was Temari who answered. She was born a fallen from 2 former pure angels. She doesn't have an original sin. She's always been a fallen. Explains the meekness. Tialara offered before chomping down on the delicious pastry, but the Yukai noticed the looks given between their hosts, a silent conversation likely. Not liking being out of the loop, Sei asks. What's the scoop? Sighing, Naruto muttered. Troublesome. Shikamaru snorted as the blonde looks at Yasaka opposite him directly, she matching it. She was at the cathedral we cleared. The Kyuubi's eyes narrowed in threat. She had ordered them all killed, yet there was one left alive. Naruto raised a hand in pause so he could explain. Wait until we explain. Upon the slow inclination of the blonde leader allowed him to continue. She was the other woman being assaulted by the 3 fallen we found yours with. Understanding flashed across Yasaka's face and aside before nodding as she replied. Then that's fine. I understand why you saved her instead of killing her. I will allow it. Thank you, Lady Yasaka. Naruto sighed out, and she nodded before he added. Though, we do have a second survivor. Narrowed eyes on him in disbelief, but Yasaka held her tongue as she was expecting a damn good reason that Kuratsuchi would supply. Wouldn't call her a survivor, more like Anko's plaything. Discontent turned to curiosity in both Vixen's Sochojuro, who was sitting opposite Sei, explained. You see, the thing is, Anko is our interrogation expert with over a decade of experience in the art, as she says. Nodding in understanding, Yasaka looks back to Naruto and orders. I expect a copy of any intelligence that you glean from them. Planned on it. Naruto informed, and the Kyuubi nodded again. That was fine with her in that case. Breaking into a smile, he continued. I think you'll find our utilities will be very useful to you moving forward. A nobly clipped golden blonde brow was raised in response to that statement, though Naruto did not answer the implied question and instead just continued to finish his food. Seeing this, Yasaka pressed verbally instead. I assume this has something to do with the truth you promised me? Naruto looked around at his commanders that sat with him one after the next, before finally looking back at his landlords and nodded once with a softer expression whilst saying, Yeah, it does. Though, it might not be what you are expecting. Report for the truth. Kitsen Grounds, Nightwing Construction Site. After a fulfilling breakfast meal, Naruto and his commanders guided their guests back to the tower, though Hanabi, Ino, and Cheyenne followed them in short order. The surprisingly spacious building, which was actually a basic recreation of just the first floor of Hokage Tower, already had 2 secret lower floors, with only the support pillars and markouts for the next phase of construction, which has been delayed to allow this meeting to unfold. When entering, Naruto spoke. Firstly, welcome to our small camp. It isn't much but... No, It is rather remarkable you managed this much in such a short amount of time. Yasaka cut him off here, and she did truly mean that too. It hasn't even been a full 12 hours since they arrived and already have the makings of a minor hamlet with tents and a few low buildings, both temporary and permanent set up. Nodding, Naruto looked to the vixen he didn't know the name of. This is when both vixens realized he hadn't been introduced, so Sei stepped forward and gracefully, if not a bit exaggeratedly, curtsied, then announced. "Ah, fair day, Naruto-kun. My name is Seimuika. As you can see, I am a vixen with 8 tails and serve as leader of the Kitsune clan here. Nice to meet you, Sei-chan. Thank you for letting us use part of your lands here." Naruto bowed lightly to the woman who waved it off as nonchalantly as possible. Sei's response came easy to her. "Do not fret, Naruto-kun. Helping one of our own is only natural." Everyone blinked at that, beside Naruto and Yasaka, before the Kyuubi corrected her subordinate, an old friend. "He isn't a kitsune, Sei," with a sigh at the end causing a slight tint of pink to don Sei's pale cheeks, hand covering her faux gasp as if surprised by a slip of the tongue to allow for any number of possible meanings. "Ah, my apologies." Though she did notice a number of glares at her from around the room, near enough all the females present with the exception of her old friend and the light blonde who was just smiling softly. Clearing his throat, Naruto moved things along by saying, "Okay, now that you are here, it's time for some truths to be shared, right? I did promise you that much." Yasaka nodded firmly, arms folded across her sizable bust, but Naruto did not falter as she spoke. "That you did. I have trusted you this long, as you asked of me, so please explain to me why it was required." Naruto nodded as he scratched the back of his neck, a nervous chuckle following as he says, "Yeah. I have no intention of disappointing you in that. It is just how best to do it." This earned raised eyebrows from the visiting group, with Tialara stating flatly, "How about the beginning?" Shikamaru replied flatly, "He doesn't mean it that way." Temari continued, "More accurately, I think he means which beginning exactly." This obviously caused more than a bit of confusion with the Yukai before Cheyenne cleared her throat delicately, drawing eyes to her look at Naruto, who let out a tight sigh and nod stating, Yeah, well, that's what I had been thinking about since you left us in the early hours." He then gestured to the shrine maiden standing beside him, and continued, "Together we came up with a way to show you the full scope of this story. It's why I've asked the 5 commanders here too." Naruto then looked to said commanders and pointed to the mats in the center of the room, that surrounded the 2 centralized ones in a semicircular shape, and said, "With them here and a combination technique of ours, we should all be able to show you what it is you want to know." At those words, Ino moved and sat at one of the central mats, with the commanders all following suit as Cheyenne moves to the exit to grab some light refreshments from the kitchens. With everyone seated, Naruto sat beside Ino, who would be performing the joint jutsu with him. Hanabi was sitting beside her brother figure, a single length behind him on his right, with the 5 commanders around facing him. The Yukai were sitting opposite in line with one another. After taking a breath, Naruto led the commanders and channeling chakra into the seals drawn on the floor, that began to immediately light up, drawing the yokai's attention to the intricate lines and symbols beneath them, and their curiosity was evident. He then went through hand signs, Ino a breath behind him, but neither were the same as Naruto whispered, "Genjutsu, bringer of darkness." Everything went black for the entire room, yet they all heard Ino whisper, "Yamanaka art, mind connection." They all appeared to one another again, despite the endless darkness that surrounded them all, and even saw as Cheyenne arrived back and carrying something in hand they couldn't make out. Both Ino and Naruto went through 2 more hand signs, Ram then Kitsune, and called out, "Combination art, bringer of hearts." The darkness suddenly lit up with the visage of an unknown forest, green as far as you could see, causing gasps from the guests, and longing smiles from those that once called it home. As if a fully interactive and immersive experience, with everyone remaining seated, the view floated over the life-filled landscape as it panned until a very familiar visage appeared on the horizon. The visage of the Hokage monument. As they got closer, the view of the village became clearer with the hustle and bustle of the place, prior to the pain attack, evident. You could see people walking around, going about their business as another day of their lives was upon them. Yasaka was the first to ask. Where is this? None wanted to answer until she finally looked at them all and immediately saw the longing, forlorn smiles upon Naruto, Ino, Hanabi, and Shikamaru's faces. Eventually, though, it was Ino who answered. Our home, or rather, it used to be. The three guests now guessed by that statement this is not going to be a happy story. Something flickered across the rooftops below them and both Kitsune snapped to it with Yasaka pointing. What is that? The view followed where she was pointing and it shifted to one of the many training grounds where two jonin were sparring and the yokai clearly saw the resemblance in outfits causing them to snap to the group ahead of them. They all nod with Naruto finally explaining things. This village was known as Kanahigaku no Sato, the village hidden in the leaves. This is one of the many training grounds where the military force that calls it home used to harness their skills. Military force? Sei asks curiously as she watches the two nondescript jonin switch from taijutsu and move to kenjutsu. Surprisingly, it was Kuratsuchi who informed the yokai. The term hidden village is a title given to military strongholds that train up ninja for hire. This one you are seeing was considered the strongest of the 5 great nations. The yokai were reeling from this information. Paired it with what they said earlier, and it was easy to put things together with Yasaka inquiring tentatively. You are all ninja? The shinobi all nod in unison, but then the visage changed to show the hidden stone village with Naruto informing them. This is Iwagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the stone. Kuratsuchi's birthplace and homeland. Kuratsuchi smiled solemnly at the surroundings they were flying over, recognition of all the features in perfect clarity as they passed by. She hung her head, swallowing the lump growing and fought back the tears of seeing her home once again. The visage changed again, this time surrounded by fog, and Chojuro perked up and announced. Oh, my village! Kirigakure no Sato, the village hidden in the mist. They passed by the scattered cliffs and Amazon-like forests, through the heavy mist that saturated the air. The village came into sight and just like the others, you could see the civilians and ninja going about their business. Chojuro continued. This was just before we left. The visage then lifted up through the clouds and came across the familiar visage of the village hidden up this high. Naruto glanced to Samui, who looked back and he could see the hidden emotions there but dared not comment on it. Instead offered a subtle nod that she returned before he announced. Kumogaku no Sato, the village hidden among the clouds. Another steady flyby of the place again, seeing the people going about their business, and the ninjas leaping between the towering vistas and mountains as if it was normal. Obviously, the yokai were stunned at the sight of such proficient chakra users and their abundance. They have only caught glimpses of the training areas thus far. In the first village they had witnessed a fireball being blown out from one of the ninjas that hit a log that took the hit in place of the intended target. They didn't see any in the stone one, but in this one they saw what appeared to be 2 clashing lightning swords being wielded. The visage changed again, and the sky-scraping mountains were replaced with a seemingly endless desert and harsh winds beneath a scorching sun. They noticed the woman, who introduced herself as Temari, stiffen up at the sight of this and swallow hard. This must be her home. As they clear one of the many dunes, the towering, imposing walls of Sunagakure came into view and stood proudly against the rage of the wild. Naruto began softly. This is the village hidden among the sand, Sungakure no Sato. The view passes over and the camera slowly orbited the walls, and within you could see very much the same thing as the others. People and shinobi alike going about their lives, completely carefree. None seemed bothered by their harsh environment, but rather thriving in it. Finally collecting her thoughts, Yasaka looks from the view beneath them, as mesmerizing as it was, and to Naruto as she asks. Forgive me, Naruto-san, but I do not know where any of these places are. Can you please explain? Naruto nodded with a soft smile that didn't reach his eyes as he offered. This is why I couldn't tell you before we signed our alliance. Why, even now, we are using this technique instead of speaking aloud. This must never get out. Understand? The 3 yokai nod seriously. If they are going through this much effort to ensure that this remains a secret, then it must be serious. Upon seeing their agreement, Naruto informs them. These places are not on Earth. Rather, an alternate world we ourselves called the Elemental Nations. Sharp gasps from the yokai, and knowing smiles from the shinobi. It was their reaction too, after all. The guests trying to ask additional questions, but with their faces resembling fishes and their jaws unhinged, no one could make out anything. It was amusing. Ino clearing her throat caused all three guests to look at her, falling silent, and she informs them. You should take a few breaths to collect yourselves. Then ask us questions. Following that advice, the yokai all did so before Yasaka began. An alternate world of chakra wielders? Upon their nod, she continued. How many are there? 0. They all spoke together in unison, causing the yokai to fall into an uneasy silence. The deadpan of Naruto was broken when he let out a sigh. A sigh so loaded with defeat and sadness, it caused dread to rise in the three guests, as he looked to them and explained. During our explanations, we had repeatedly used the past tense, right? Dawning comprehension appeared on the faces of the visitors, and the knowing, wary smiles of defeat upon the shinobi confirmed their fears. Most hung their heads or averted their eyes to hide their anger and regret from the outsiders. Sei whispered, but it carried. They don't exist anymore. She looks down at the bustling market, spotting the playing kids and the gossiping teenagers when Naruto confirmed. No, they don't. With a wave of his hand, the living landscape shifted to the last time he saw the village, and the shattered, blackened wall came into view along with the crater of glass and bone to replace the village. Temari had to close her eyes, she couldn't see that again. The kitsune puffed their tails at the sight, the tengu couldn't settle down either, and their throats were all suddenly dry as Yasaka asked breathlessly. What happened? The fourth shinobi war. All looked to the speaker, Shikamaru, who hadn't stared away from the village below them. His face was stony and unreadable, yet he spoke nonetheless. The last war that had the entire world unite to end a threat to all life on the planet. Things remained silent for several long moments, as the yokai tried to process things. It took them a while, but Sei seemed to realize it first, and looks from one face to the other, hoping that her conclusion was wrong. Yasaka, though, couldn't hold back the tears as she whispered her own conclusion aloud. You lost, right? We did. Naruto confirmed with a stiff nod as their view changed to show the remains of countless battlegrounds, the scorched and burnt landscapes that carry beyond the horizon. The columns of smoke that feed the sky, the endless seas of flames and blood. The countless bodies that litter the ground. The yokai could do nothing but watch and weep as they bear witness to the devastation laid out before them. The sight of the lush forest turned to charred stumps and glass, the ash that rained down like snow. The blood-soaked earth. The complete lack of life. They saw the destroyed villages, the leveled towns and ruins of towering cities. Each hidden village they saw prior passed them by as nothing more than craters or cinders. The mountain overlooking the leaf village blown clean apart. Those that had previously surrounded the hidden cloud, sliced apart, and collapsed onto one another. The hidden mist flooded by scarlet water, blood they were quick to realize, and the bodies it came from. A small island came into view with countless kunoichi laying motionlessly and torn apart in some cases. Many instances of a parent trying to save their children only for both to be killed and left where they fell. Nothing but death and rubble remained. It was heartbreaking. The yokai couldn't see any more of this, hands covering their lower faces trying to hold back the tears and breaths when Yasaka gasped out, sniffling. Why are you showing us this? To give context. Naruto whispered breathlessly, but they all heard him as he finally looked up at the woman who rules this land. We, the people you have allowed to settle here, are all that remain from this hellscape. You mean? These are our memories. Ino whispered, earning widened eyes from the yokai as things shifted slightly, showing the fighting going on during the Nadeshiko conflict as they were there at the moment. The fearlessness of the defenders, doing whatever it takes to buy time for the civilians, standing against monstrous creatures and enslaved shinobi alike. They spot a few familiar faces among them. Naruto was among them, as was Kyoda and Ino. They also spotted Temari later on. The fighting was clearly desperate and corner to corner. Chakra techniques they had never seen before were commonplace. It then shifted to the Battle of the Leaf. Again, the swarms of monstrous Zetsu backed up by a powerful being of chakra with glowing eyes. Two more soon followed it, and more beings gave chase. Yet the desperate defense remained strong, with even kids joining the line. Seeing that broke the hearts of the three ladies. Kids, the ones they were trying to protect, were willingly and knowingly heading to the fight to save their younger siblings, their deaths certain. Hundreds, maybe thousands, of Narutos running around fighting or carrying civilians off in a direction and then returning. All covered in bright orange chakra. One normal-looking Naruto can be seen just within the village walls having an intense argument with several adults. He was crying, but they all placed a hand on his shoulders and clearly smiling. Many of those in the room with the yokai were with him too, older versions of themselves, likely their parents, telling them stuff. Eventually, they all grabbed nearby civilians and leapt off towards the evacuation route. Everything then shifted to the final defense line, a bastion of defenses and emplacements, with those present within the room all standing among them looking out at the encroaching mass of monsters being led by three men in red armor. The panting and wheezing of the yokai caught Ino's attention, and she had looped this stand off as if to pause for a moment. Naruto noticed this and spoke up. "This, Lady Yasaka, was our final gambit. After months of that kind of violence, that kind of retreating war, and that kind of life, we were up against the wall. So much death, destruction," Yasaka murmured, wiping her tears on her kimono sleeves and trying to understand what these things were after killing so many. Yet it was Lara who managed to verbalize those thoughts. Why would they do this? Why would anyone do this? Bring this much destruction, this much death? What was their objective? She was near enough hysterical and disheveled, understandably so, but this was what the shinobi expected, and were all staring back impassively. Eventually, the shinobi all looked to Naruto when that question was asked, and he himself sighed too, weighted with guilt that he placed on himself as he answered more than that question. "The enemy was after me at first. I was the key to their plan of world domination." "You were?" Yasaka sniffled, to which he nodded, Naruto adding, "This is actually where my familiarity comes from. Why I feel like a kitsune to you all." The yokai all accept the tissues from Cheyenne, to clear up their faces, before Sei asks, How so?" Knowing Naruto had trouble explaining this bit, Shikamaru took over. "In our world, there was an old practice of sealing one of 9 bijou into young shinobi before their chakra networks had hardened during their maturation." "Bijou?" Yasaka asks, unfamiliar with the terminology, though thankfully Kuratsuchi cleared that up. Bijou was the name of 9 beasts made up of sentient hyperdense chakra constructs of varying strengths. From 1 tails being the weakest to 9 being the strongest. "And you sealed them into people?" Lara asked indignantly, and Kuratsuchi nodded before explaining. "That is a whole different situation and conversation. We were wrong, but so were they. Long story short," Shikamaru cutting in, not wanting to get off topic, and pressed on. "Naruto had one sealed within him at birth. Can you guess which one?" "A kitsune," Yasaka whispered, and all but Naruto nodded. The male blonde actually spoke now. "Kurama was originally sealed within my mother." He finally looked up, and the 3 yokai that were looking back at him could see the depths of his pain reach the core of his being, yet Naruto pressed forward. "So you could say from my inception that I had been exposed to his chakra. So now, even without him sealed within me, my chakra maintains the same signature. What happened to him?" Naruto again looked to the ground, and Ino spoke in his stead. "As powerful as Jinchuriki, people like Naruto, where they had a few weaknesses too. One of which came into play during this final battle." "Such a vile name," Lara commented, face scrunched up, and the others nodded, but Yasaka pressed. "What weaknesses?" "Kurama was the strongest of them all," Ino stated, having seen it firsthand via her frequent visits into Naruto's memories with him when trying to help him during the war. She continued, "Even at half strength, he beat his siblings around easily enough. However, when our enemy ripped him from Naruto's body, She trailed off, and none really wanted to say it. All considered it their greatest failure to protect the one who had consistently protected them. Yet, it was Hanabi this time that managed to whisper beneath a breath. Jinchuriki die when the beast is forcibly extracted from them. The yokai all snapped to Naruto, who nodded in confirmation, and then looked up to them, before saying, "At our full combined strength, our enemy managed to corner us, and they yanked him from me." Below them they saw it. The golden chakra avatar of Kurama, the nine-tailed fox, with Naruto within its head fighting against the other tailed beasts, and 3 perfected Susanoo constructs. The beasts were all down, one of the Susunoos blown apart with a second half broken, but Naruto himself being held directly by one of the red-armored men. That's when the yokai all gasped at the sight. Naruto once housed a nine-tailed fox. It took several minutes before anyone said anything. Yasaka breaking the silence. "A Kyuubi like myself, it kinda makes sense now." Naruto nodded solemnly before offering back. "The last thing he said to me was that he was sorry. That he was grateful that he had a great friend like me. A partner who understood his pain. To share his hardships with. That I was the one his father told him would reignite his faith in life." His smile was filled with tears, but pride too, as he finished. "That he was proud of the man I became, despite my own hardships." Ino took up his left hand, Hanabi his right. Samui placed a hand on his right shoulder, Shikamaru on his left shoulder, and Cheyenne hugged him from behind. Kuratsuchi ruffled his hair before commenting, "Without you, Naruto, none of us would be here. Even me, so you know what we all think already." "Yeah." Yasaka couldn't help but smile at that. It was clear that her fellow Kyuubi made the right choice in the end. This boy is clearly a special man, and now even she feels like she can relax easy with him here. In fact, she feels kind of silly about questioning their motives now. Seido spoke next and asked, "So, you're coming here?" They all nodded, Naruto saying, "We came here to set roots and hope to reclaim, even just a little bit, a sense of home. There are only 69 of us left. That's all that came through with us." Blinking at that, another good point brought up, and Tialara was the one to ask. "That reminds me. How come then you came here, and why are you all fallen angels instead of human? That's a little harder and easier to explain." Shikamaru replied carefully, drawing eyes to him and the nods from the others, so he added to his statement. "How we got here exactly is a bit of a mystery to us. A bit of luck, coincidence, and sheer willpower." The yokai all noticed them look to Naruto at the end, causing him to blush faintly and look down at his feet. Though Cheyenne too looked away with a rather small blush to her cheeks. Seeing this, Sei had to probe, as something was telling her this was juicy. "Could you enlighten us on some of those finer details?" Ino smiled slyly as she looked at the shrine priestess among her group, who caught it and went pale while vigorously shaking her head. Thankfully, it was Hanabi who explained and prevented Ino's teasing. "After Nisan died, he forced himself back and used all his chakra to protect us from the enemy's final attack." Now the yokai's jaws hit the floor at that. Naruto had enough strength to bring himself back from the dead, and discharged that much chakra in the process. Shikamaru added to the factual recount. "While we were being shielded by his bubble of chakra, we were dislocated and found ourselves in what we now know as the underworld. Within fallen territory. That is where Azazel found us." Collecting her jaw from the ground, Yasaka asked, "Then how?" Dispelling her pout at being denied teasing time, Ino spoke next. "With Naruto down, he offered to revive him in full as long as we joined him. That is when we worked for him and gathered materials so he could reincarnate us and Naruto into the ranks of the fallen angels." All 3 yokai frowned or scowled at that, prowling on their desperation for the gain of their own. "Seems like Azazel is little better than devils in that respect." Tialara muttered. "How distasteful." "Perhaps," Temari commented, everyone having returned to their seats at this point, and continued. "But we got what we wanted in the end, and this new chance at rebuilding from what we have left." The other shinobi nodded to that, Naruto offering. "Now we are working to make something of it, and this was our first step." Yasaka nodded, now in full understanding of the situation as a whole and satisfied with allowing them to stay. After the hell they went through, this is the least they deserve and can only be a benefit for her people going forward. A win for everyone. Though she also thought she should give Azazel a stern talking to about preying on the desperate. Grigori Territory, Paula's bar. In another backwater bar in the underworld within the Fallen Territories, in the shadowy corner sat a certain single-set, blue-haired, yellow-eyed fallen angel nursing her Jean on the rocks and staring blankly at it. For some reason, she has yet to understand, during the debrief of her last mission, there are blanks in her memory, and it is driving her crazy. This was none other than Calawarna. She remembered the uniforms of the Nightwings, not the faces of the members. She can recall the feeling each one gave off, but no names to assign to each. Heck, she can remember wanting to get into the pants of their leader but not knowing why. Taking another sip and actually savoring the taste, Calawarna slowly lowers the glass down as she ponders this conundrum further. After their arrival, they were ushered into the Imperial Palace and met with their leader, Yasaka. Then a mission to prove themselves. They went and returned, but nothing on the task itself nor the plan they had. Then they flew back to the palace and waited for them outside the throne room. Then they headed back to report to Azazel. She gave her report, then they were joined by 2 cadres and a 6-winged woman. Then she left and went home to sleep. When she woke up, she had this feeling of forgetting something which leads her to her current situation. For the week since waking up again, no matter how hard she tries to recall the mission, blank. Taking another sip, the act allowing her to finally notice the woman sitting opposite her, and only speaks once the glass met table again. "Oh, Rainier. What brings you out this way? Thought you'd be—" "Don't worry about that," Rainier replied calmly, leaning back against the booze corner seat as she too swirls around her drink calmly before finally asking. "Heard you had an interesting mission recently? How'd it go?" Calawarna frowned slightly, before lifting her cup of nearly empty drink and asked. "Seems my drink's almost finished. How peculiar." Snorting, Rainier waved over the waitstaff while muttering, "You're so cheap." The brunette shrugged confidently and waited for her refill that didn't take long. Rainier finally asked, after her friend had taken her first sip. "So, the mission. What do you want to know?" Calawarna asked, leaning back into her seat and eyeing up her fellow single-set fallen. Rainier asked swiftly, staring down at the ice cubes within her own drink distantly. "Who went with you?" It took a moment of silence to bring the Ravenette back to the room to look over at the yellow-eyed Calawarna, who glanced around subtly before speaking beneath a breath. "It was a mission assigned to me by Azazel-sama himself." That pulled all the attention of Rainier, now sitting straighter and leaning in to listen intently. Calawarna continued using the same volume. "Remember those rumors? About that ghost unit?" Upon receiving a nod, she added, "They aren't rumors." Rainier's eyes widened at that, before whispering, "Then you worked with them?" The brunette nodded, then sighed, pushing a lock of her hair behind her ear, then scanning around the small bar swiftly, then replying, "Just a single mission. Well, 2 actually, didn't do anything but show them around Japan." "Japan? Why Japan?" Calawarna shrugged, taking a sip before following up with, "Not sure really. Though, they did have a meeting with the Yukai leader, discussing our current alliance with them. And—" Another shrug from Calawarna before she murmured, "Dunno. Though, I suspect I know why they are considered ghosts, as even though I know I met them, I can't recall much about them." Frowning, Rainier asks, "What does that mean?" Taking another sip, half finished, Calawarna explained, "I know Azazel called them Nightwings. That is the name they work under. Not the Grigori like the rest of us." "Names?" A shake of her head, sending her blue hair all over at the excessive force put behind the action, so Rainier tries something else. "Numbers?" Another head shake as the glass was raised to lips again, and the Ravenette asks, "Their leader? How many sets?" Swallowing the last of her drink, Calawarna slams down the glass before answering, "Enough for me to want to fuck his brains out, but actual number, couldn't say." Rainier thought on that for a moment, swirling around her drink, as she pondered. Calawarna isn't like most of the skanks at their shared station of single sets. Picky. Really picky. To the point that not many like working with her, and the feeling is mutual, obviously. It is why they get along. So, the fact that she admits to wanting to fuck this mysterious leader of the Nightwing suggests that their rank is high enough to sway even her. 3 sets are dependent on how drunk she is, but even still rare. 4 sets are 50-50, which means this person is likely a cadre class at least. Pairs up with the rumors too, with 2 new cadres spotted with Azazel recently. It's all the talk at the moment, along with the term Nightwings. Until now, even she was skeptical of such a force, but Calawarna is not one to question. If she said she went on a mission with them, then she did. The memory thing must be something they do to keep their identity a secret. It would make sense, or their members would be known to all and they wouldn't be such a mystery. Probably how they kept their profile non-existent until now. Though, something has changed recently to bring them out, as these rumors are everywhere. Glancing back at her friend, Rainer notices that she is staring blankly at her empty glass again. No doubt trying to figure out why she can't remember things. Though, on the other hand, seeing as she wants to screw their boss, they should be good enough for her too. Maybe, just maybe, she should dig around and try finding out how to join this force. If that turns out to be a dead end, then they could always get some work with Kokabile. He's always in need for extra muscle. Right now, though, it seems Calawarna is ripe for a good night, so Rainer downs the rest of her drink, then places the money down, getting up and announcing, "Come on, Kala. Time to get you home." Kitsun grounds, Nightwing construction. Even though the sun had long since set, none of the shinobi had any issue with continuing their work, but now had added clones to speed up the construction. Due to this, by lights out, half their members had an actual bed to sleep in and a modicum of privacy. Naruto was not one of them, by choice, and was instead in the deepest level of their Kage tower to hear what their prisoner had to say for herself. After the doors shut behind him, the seal of privacy lighting up briefly, before he stepped forward and ordered, "Give it to me straight, Enko." Enko was standing behind the stone chair that housed the captured 6-winged fallen, who was sweating profusely, and no doubt suffering from whatever unhinged concoction the former snake mistress had come up with. Naruto pitied her somewhat, but he did not let it show. The former special jonin stepped clear of her chew toy and moved to the bucket in the corner, as she replied, "Well, she doesn't have much, but what we did get was the cadre she reports to is probing all the factions." "For what purpose?" Naruto asked, stepping before the barely conscious woman chained to the chair via stone and chakra-based seals. Enko finishes washing off her hands and drying it on an old t-shirt before turning to him, still with a serious expression on, as she reports, "He's trying to find the perfect place to initiate his plan." "And let me guess," Naruto replied dryly. His gaze flows from a particular nasty gash on her right shoulder to the busted lip, then on to his busted subordinate, then finished, "She doesn't know the plan?" Enko nodded calmly, throwing the old cloth aside and approaching him. "Yeah. Pretty standard stuff. Though she could be turned to our side and all that, considering he's threatening her. Can't trust her," Naruto reported and got a nod before stepping away from the woman that he then gestured towards the captive. "Will she survive? I'll have Luna take a peek in the morning." Smirking at the code name he assigned his fellow blonde, Enko nodded, then shrugged and offered, "Didn't use anything fatal. Should be fine though, I could use a break myself, what do you say?" "Can't, I'm afraid. Got night patrol," Naruto replied carefree, earning a pout from the trench-coated kunoichi, but it didn't last long as she smirked, Enko asking, "Oh, perhaps." "Enko." Naruto spoke forcefully now, shutting her down, and again the adorable pout made its return, puffed cheeks and everything. With a whine, Enko replied, "Ah, but only you know how much I need it." Rubbing her thighs together, looking incredibly sultry, enough to sway any normal person with a heartbeat, but Naruto's willpower was unrivaled in its strength, so she knew he wouldn't budge. Not even to her. Naruto rubbed his brow as he growled lowly, "Enko, you know full well that I only do night patrols with little Hanabi, who refuses to sleep without me nearby. As troubling as her dependence on me is at the moment, we have bigger problems to tackle than that, so give me a break for log's sake. Deflating at that request, the dark-haired woman nodded before glancing to the prisoner and muttering, "Fine, but you owe me some dango. I'll have Choji look into it tomorrow." Naruto confirms, getting a nod from the former special jonin of their shared home village. Anko then offered back, "Thanks, I guess I will write up my report. Have that princess of yours come give this one a go too. It'll serve as good practice." Naruto nodded at that, as it was indeed a good idea to test their abilities on the locals to determine their usefulness in this new world, and this woman unfortunately had the worst timing. Again, he felt pity for her, and if she survives through it all, maybe have Sakura heal her back to full strength and offer her a place here like Ishiwari. 2 days later. "Naruto-san." A voice awoke the snoozing Kage, currently in a small room at the back of the soon-to-be Kage Tower. Peeking an eye open, Naruto sees none other than Kofuga standing at the door, and upon his grunt, the man continued, "Lady Seimuike is here. She brings supplies, and a request to meet with you." "What time is it?" Naruto mumbled as he began to stretch out, causing Hanabi to begin to stir too, and Ko was swift in informing, "Just after 10 o'clock. Getting up, forcing the youngest Hyuga present up too, Naruto stands while yawning, and much to his surprise, Ko offered him a coffee. Nodding in thanks, the Seraphim level fallen takes a long sip that just hit that spot perfectly. Within 5 minutes both formerly sleeping got ready, and the cup of coffee was returned to the kitchen. Hana joined them here, and the group was prompt in its arrival at the front gate, finding 2 large flatbed trucks loaded with building supplies and 2 large trucks parked further down. All were manned by Kitsune clan members, with Sei standing in front. Choji, Genma, and Kuratsuchi were inspecting each of the construction materials. Summers, Kari, and Tenten was doing the same with whatever was in the canvas side trucks. As soon as Naruto arrived, Sei seemed to glide over with a delicate smile, and began almost sing-singly softly. "Ara, thank you, Naruto-kun." She paused upon his raised hand, then witnessing him stifling a yawn, then looked to the approaching Kuratsuchi, and gave her a nod before asking softly, "What are we looking at?" "Well, in truth, we could use all of it," Kuratsuchi replied flatly, eyes never straying from her clipboard she got from the driver, and so Naruto nodded. Looking back to the vixen he had stopped earlier, he asks, "So, what can we do for you in exchange for this assistance?" Her smile returned to her face as Sei began. "I just wanted to show our commitment to our neighbors and your rebuilding community." Despite nodding along with her words, none of the shinobi brought it, and was evident by their deadpans. Naruto's sleepy one really added to the effect, but he was the one to respond. "Genma. Kuro, grab the genin and unload this stuff. Choji, gonna need some food for those of us on night shift. If it isn't much trouble." Genma waved his acceptance, and Choji nodded while reply. "Can do, Naruto. Give me a moment." Kuratsuchi moved towards the gate and shouted, "Rugrats!" Ignoring the yelling, Naruto looked to Sei and offered, "Can I assume you will be joining us? Your clansmen are welcome to join us too." For their help. Frowning internally at this reaction, Sei smiled sweetly and genuinely with a nod. Naruto nodded back, and as he turned to leave, Hanabi felt she had to speak. "Ni-san, you were being rude." Sighing, Naruto looked at his rather adorable little sister's Hyuga glare and was too cranky to resist ruffling her hair. This got him a death glare, that has been known to cowl Jonin-level shinobi, was the absolutely cutest thing in his opinion, and he had to tear his gaze from it, and caught Genma's gaze, and the two shared a nod in silent agreement. It is adorable, like a kitten glaring at their parents. Hana caught the interaction, and had to cover her mouth to hide her muffling smile, as she too found it rather endearing. Such a small pup trying to come off threatening against possibly the most dangerous thing in the city, maybe even country. The Yukai watched this all with a mixture of hesitation and fear. That teen's glare was something fierce, and her flaring chakra was dense enough to blast apart the loose dirt beneath her. Yet these shinobi were treating it as if she was a mere throwing a tantrum. They were about to receive a reality check. Annoyed at being taken so lightly, and just as cranky as her brother figure, Hanabi, At speeds the lower members of the Yukai clan missed completely, attempted to juke Naruto's leg, and just like before, he lazily knocked it aside. This time, however, the discharge of chakra was aimed at something tangible and forced the fully loaded flatbed to slide sideways a full inch. The Yukai all gawked at that. She hadn't even touched it. The shinobi all seemed oblivious to it as they watched the young Hyuga huff and stomp off, ignoring her fellows' smiles of amusement. Naruto's chuckle drew a few attention to him as he spoke wistfully. "Yep, firecracker, that one." Genma, appearing at his side, added to that. "Yeah, my words too. See why you call her little sister? Well, she's easier to deal with than I was," Naruto says with a shrug. Those from the leaf and hearing range all snorted at that, earning a nervous chuckle from the blonde as he hung his head, mumbling, "I know that now, okay." With a familiar huff, Naruto looked back at their guests and gestured to follow as he spoke. "Please follow us, Lady Sei." Like her fellows, Sei had been paying attention to the conversation and how easygoing these shinobi seemed to be. Despite what she now knew of them, the loss of not only their home, their families, and friends, but their entire world and everything they knew and loved. They just seemed to be laughing and joking all the time, it out her at ease but also on edge. The saying, "Fear the wrath of the quiet ones," comes to mind whenever she contemplates these people. Especially their leader. Naruto seems like the most easygoing, even if right now he seems rather cranky. From what she can gather, he just awoken from some kind of night shift. Sei really can hold him to that, and so smiles and nods before calling her fellow kitsune over, then proceeding in after her fellow leader. Though, she also really wants to get to know him better. From the memories she saw from that technique they used, he has the approval of a Kyuubi many times stronger than her old friend and has the strength many of her kin could only dream of. Even now, Sei doubts that even Yasaka's full might would faze him, or those who follow him. Hell, he'll probably handle both of them without much trouble or difficulty. Especially if they are all capable of feats like that young lady just done. As she reaches the blonde cadre's side, Sei asks, "Naruto-kun, may I ask a question?" Her address earned her the attention of all the Inuzuka in the camp, eyes hard as steel on this fox attempting to make moves on their pack leader. Naruto heard the low growl from Hana, spotted the staring Inuzuka all over and sighed as he gave them all a look. Hana backed down and held her tongue as her leader turned to the unworthy fox, Naruto asking Sei. "Depends, Sei-chan?" Sei obviously noticed that interaction but decided to press on and worry about the canine-like behavior later, asking her original question. "It's about that young girl." "Hanabi? What about her?" Naruto asked, confused at why she was interested, though he was also hoping they don't ask about her unique eyes. All their bloodlines are off limits, regardless of their alliance. Nodding, Sei continued, "Yes, Hanabi-san. How strong is she among your ranks?" "Truthfully," Naruto offered whilst in thought, never actually thinking on that topic before now. After a few moments, Hana was the one to offer him. "From our ranks, probably the weakest, but that's overall." "Yeah, but if she gets in close, I don't think many would be able to handle her." Naruto countered easily enough to cause the Inuzuka to nod in agreement. He then added to his statement, "Then again, if we are talking purely about chakra and taijutsu, she'll be middle of the pack at best." Ko nodded to that assessment before saying, "Lady Hanabi is very proficient in our style, however, as you have pointed out, we have a great deal of retraining to undertake still, and so I would like to think of us closer to the trailing edge." Hana nodded to his words and smiled. "You sell yourselves short. Do not lose sight of your allies or worth." Ko nodded stiffly as Naruto answered the original question, looking to Sei, who was listening intently. "Hanabi-chan, at current, is likely at the upper end of our lower quarter of fighters. In one-on-one fights, she'll likely lose to most the experienced fighters we have. In a balanced team, however, she is a force to be reckoned with if deployed correctly." Sei nodded, accepting that answer, though she was also somewhat surprised by the information. All that strength, and she was considered on the weaker side of things. Just how powerful are these Night Wings? Kyoto, Imperial Palace. That afternoon. Naruto and Ko land before the gate of the palace, with the guards eyeing them up suspiciously. As usual, after announcing themselves and requesting permission to see Lady Yasaka, they stand around waiting. With this suddenly free time, Ko decided to ask for his reason for being an escort. "Naruto-san, may I ask?" Knowing what he was going to ask, Naruto cut him off. "Long story short, Ko, I want you to act as our representative within the joint council of clans here for us." Raising his hand to stall the rebuttal, the blonde added, "Yes, Ko, you are the best suited for this, and I have faith in both your ability and training in the diplomatic arts given to you by your clan. Anything else?" Ko shook his head and replied, "Thank you for your vote of confidence, Naruto-san." Naruto waved that off with a simple shrug, while stating simply, "You know how I lack most decorum, tact, and temperament for this line or work. I mean, I can do it, but I know you Hyuga are born for it. No equal. An easy choice to make." He could see the amusement within those clear pale eyes, with just a hint of pride in his slight smirk, and chose to ignore seeing as Ko is on his side. If he ever gets a big head, a spar would be in order. Ko suddenly got a spine-chilling feeling and felt his face go pale for reasons unbeknownst to him until he saw the carefully neutral face of his leader. It caused his throat to feel dry for some reason, and decided to remember to stay away from arrogance and hubris. His mental and physical health requires it. After a short 10-minute wait, Tialara appeared in the doorway and waved over the two fallen shinobi. Upon reaching her, she bowed and stated, "Sorry for the wait. Lady Yasaka is waiting for you in her office." Both Nightwings nodded and followed after the Yukai assistant to the leader. It did not take long for them to reaching the side office, besides the throne room, and were led in to find Yasaka at her desk with a stern expression on her face the entire time they approached her desk, and only asked when they came to a stop, "What brings you here, Naruto-san?" Bowing his head too, Naruto informs her as he pulls out a scroll from his jonin vest. "A full report from the asset we recovered in our last mission, Lady Yasaka." A flash of recognition across the vixen's face as he hands the scroll over to Tialara, who then hands it to her master, and idly, Yasaka comments in slight amusement, "I see. Do all your documentation come in scroll form?" She intended it as a joke, but the confused nods from the two shinobi before her caused her to lose that impression swiftly and pull the parchment apart. As she reads, her face forms a slight frown upon what was written about, as this shows a problem for the faction of accurate. Eventually, Yasaka meets Naruto's gaze and asks, "Is this verified?" "Depends, she confessed to it in an interview with my most persuasive subordinate." Naruto commented with casual ease that actually caused the hairs on the back of both yokai's necks to stand on end. Then he added, "We then double-checked that she wasn't lying by sorting through her memories directly. But if you want another perspective, so to speak, we can start digging around." That was certainly an eye-opening statement from the shinobi, and very unsettling if they can indeed search their enemies' minds for answers. Putting aside these new abilities her shinobi seemed to have for a moment, Yasaka thought on this information. It isn't directly actionable, but indeed somewhat troubling. If the Eastern Yukai faction are involved in activities as close as Tokyo, she should move to act, and who better than her shinobi forces? A test run of sorts, and maybe they'll catch either another member of their traitorous fallen kin, or better yet, a Eastern Yukai faction member. Get up-to-date information on them. Nodding at her conclusion, Yasaka looks up past her interlocked fingers ahead of her mouth and orders, "I need more information on this. Something actionable. Can you do it?" Naruto nodded calmly and offered, "I can dispatch a team to this Tokyo place and cast a net. See what we find." The vixen nodded as she finally leaned back in her tall redwood chair that showcased her status as ruler behind her thick and heavy desk before responding, "Report to me immediately when you do catch something." Again both nod, confirming the order, before Yasaka glances to his company and asks, "As for your escort, Ko, I believe your name is right?" Ko nodded as Naruto explained, "In case you wanted a council representative for us at any point, Ko-sen here will be it. He is by far suited for the role of statesman representative for us." Yasaka nodded in understanding and replied calmly, I had been meaning to discuss that with you. I am glad you are being diligent in your duties and my faith is not being floundered. Upon seeing their joint nod, she turns to Tialara and says, Please retrieve the council roster, protocol for the meetings, and a schedule for Kosen here. Bowing, Tialara responded dutifully. At once, Lady Isaka. Then turning on the Hyuga and asking, Please follow me, Ko-san. Upon Naruto's discreet nod, Ko followed after the Tengu, and upon the door closing behind them, Yasaka spoke again. Their loyalty to you is impressive. Naruto smiled softly at the compliment before nodding and responding. It is an honor to serve them all. It's a heavy responsibility to bear. Yasaka matched his expression before offering back. It is indeed. How are you all settling in? Well, thank you. Naruto confirmed with a nod, before clarifying. We should be up and running fully within the next week or so. Is that so? How efficient! The vixen commented as she shifted forward and leaned on her laying arms, smile becoming somewhat sweet. She offered back. Perhaps we should send you some construction work we have outstanding. Thinking on that, Naruto eventually inclined his head while remaining thoughtful, with his replying coming out distractedly. I'll bring it up with Kuro and Choji. Oma might want in on that too, actually. Please let me know. Yasaka offered with a soft smile, though her thoughts were somewhere else. These people, who were displaced and have lost everything, are embracing the chance she had granted them to the fullest. She finds it endearing and heartwarming, unable to help but believe in their dreams of finding a home among her and her own. No, they had chosen to become some of her own for their fresh start. So far, they looked committed and dedicated to settling too, if they were considering their position within her council too. A thought came to her, and so Yasaka asked. Say, Naruto-kun. Blinking at that sudden change of address, Naruto nodded wordlessly, and so she continued. Do you have any way of being contacted? Thinking on that, the shinobi realizes that they haven't got any messenger birds. Oh. That is a good point. How will they contact their teams in the field? Normally shinobi operate on timing and birds in emergencies. In his case, though, Ino typically keeps a mental connection with him whenever they were in a field operation and alerts him when they sense a problem or change of plan Shikamaru came up with. Her and her clan were a major part of their efforts. It's why they were also prioritized by their enemy. Frowning, Naruto turns inward and prods the connection with Ino. She picks up immediately, and he asks telepathically. Hey Ino, has Shika or Mari come up with a communication plan for us yet? It took a few moments before Ino replied in kind. They hadn't considered it until I mentioned it now. Give them a day or so, they said. Nodding, the feeling transferring through their link, Naruto responded to her. Keep me informed. No sweat. Why'd you ask? We haven't communicated like this recently. Naruto sighed, physically rubbing his temples as he replied mentally. I am in a meeting with Lady Yasaka right now, and she brought it up. Figured I'd ask before I mention messenger birds, independent actions, and mental communication networks. He feels her and nod before she spoke. Makes sense. Well, I am glad you haven't lost your skill in this jutsu. It's been a while after all. She blows a mental raspberry and he chuckles with a shake of his head, hands falling onto his hips before replying. Listen here, little missy, you know full well I take my training seriously, or do I have to remind you of that? Her giggle was heartening for the young Kage, and he could feel her grin in her response. Oh, Whiskers. I think we could arrange something. But we need doors first. In fact, the amount of tension around here has been on the climb. Surely you've picked up on it too. I'm sitting with Shika and Mari right now. Let me tell you that this tension is thick enough to sing. I feel like a third wheel right now. Naruto snorted aloud, missing the raised eyebrow of Yasaka, who had been watching his changing expression silently, and had only barely caught the flickering chakra connection, even after silently pulling in nature chakra to boost her senses. Some kind of distant connection technique likely. He finally responded with, Oh please. Kiba has never been so jumpy. Sakura is so obvious it's painful to watch, but I have noticed it from everyone. Kurenai, Hanabi, and Ishiwari seemed to be the only ones unaffected at present. Naruto felt her blush from there, causing his eyes to roll and look in her direction from the palace as if he could peer through the walls and distance. His brow raised at that before commenting. What? Did you not think I haven't felt those rather? Arg! I hate that I taught you this jutsu right now. Ino screamed, both mentally and externally freaking out those around her. Naruto chuckled again before swiveling back to see the inquisitive Yasaka staring at him with both nobly clipped brows reaching her hairline. Clearing his throat, he announced mentally. You go cool off, horndog. I have to talk my way out of revealing our secrets. She huffed as the connection dropped and Naruto finally chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his neck while replying. Sorry about that, Lady Yasaka. He then senses her sage mode activation and raised a brow, without thinking blurted out. Senjutsu. Yasaka's eyes narrowed on him now. How did he know about senjutsu? This was both a blessing and detriment for one Naruto Uzumaki. He knew it too, as he managed to redirect the fact that he can speak telepathically with his comrades, while only a handful, but now that look shows that he shouldn't know about senjutsu, and she wanted answers. Something he had kinda forgot about, and hadn't used in this world due to being busy with other duties. Sighing in defeat, Naruto figured that this conversation was going to be difficult, and thus muttered. What? How do you know about senjutsu? Yasaka's bland and expected response, not breaking eye contact with this seraphim with eyes narrowed dangerously. Naruto deflated as he closed his eyes and was immediately confronted with the hatred of the world. It was cute. The vixen's eyes widened as she sensed the flow of nature's energy enter the man before her, breath hitching as she rose to her feet in disbelief and leaning over her table. Not only was he taking it in, but also the world's hatred yet, instead of succumbing to rage like most yokai, he was purifying it and releasing it in one go. How did she not know he could do this? This changed everything, and now Naruto had just jumped to the middle of the top 10 of the world's strongest. For Naruto though, he had realized his capacity had reduced and suddenly felt really constricted. Pressing against the restrictions finds his wings breaking free and spreading wide, all 12 of them, and they seemed to glisten in response. Feeling a lot better now, with a far more stable hold on his now senjutsu-aligned chakra, he slowly parts his eyes that were now fully gold and takes a few breaths to adjust to the influx of new senses. Naruto looks around and sensed everything around him for kilometers in all directions, as if the walls didn't exist. This was new. He could see different colored haze outlines, with most numerous being gray. The next were various shades of blues, greens, purples, pinks, and a single yellow. Looking forward, Naruto saw Yasaka flowing with darker yellow and blinked. Her words brought him back to their conversation, if only for a moment. Impossible! Tilting his head in confusion, it took Naruto a few moments to focus his senses down enough to actually contemplate what she was saying. Getting frustrated at his lack of progress of clearing his head, he was seriously out of practice, if this was the best he could do, so he purged his system of the nature energy. It took a while, as he had inadvertently gathered a substantial amount, and his head no longer felt like he was on top a mountain looking over a wide open space. As he reached about 30%, he got a bit of a dizzy spell and so stopped. Once it passed, he dropped it down a little further but only got to about 20%. Frowning again, Naruto muttered, I really am out of practice. It's been, 4 months? No. I was out for 6 before, so 10. Makes sense then. Reclosing his eyes again, he monitored his chakra network that had been slightly stressed out by the unexpected expansion. No damage, just sore. Great. Sakura and Hana are going to give him an earful. No training for 3 days likely. With the last of his system cleared of his sage mode, Naruto opened his gaze again and met the stunned face of Yasaka. Though, it was obvious that she was really trying not to fall asleep or take a nap in contentment, which was confusing for the sage, as he's never had that effect on anyone before. Asking hesitantly, Naruto offered, Lady Yasaka. He swears he hears a purr from her, as she replied, You, how, who? A long, long story, Naruto replied, but suddenly flinched when the mental connection suddenly received a massive thud, Ano barging into his head with a loud Wabaka! What the hell? What the hell am I sensing right now? Dunno, show me. Naruto replied, slightly confused, and the surge hit like a freight train. The sensory overload on her end was extensive. He paled. He inadvertently pushed some of the sage chakra through their link, and now Ino was in sage mode. Oh boy, this is going to be a long day. And that concludes part 1 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed The Fallen Legion, File 1, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Havoc-Teir, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.